Oopsie.
You are my weakness. I tried to let you go. I blocked your number. It's hard to tell you no. I know you've got bad intentions. Oh, it feels so good to have attention. Yeah, no one has to know. No one has to know you're my guilty pleasure. Keep it on the low. Keep it on
Good morning! Happy Mondays, one and all. It's only been about 12 hours since we were last live. Kind of wild. Yeah, I'm interested in DJ, I don't stop. What is up, though? It's Recap Monday. You know how this works. Tournaments happen on the weekend, and those incompetent tournament organizers just don't even cast all the... Wait a second, that was my tournament. Yeah, it's impossible to do an entire schedule in a day, man. I mean, just so many games going on. Some are going to slip through the cracks, so we're here to fix that. Saved it. But yes, welcome back, one and all. It is recap time for our tournament. For those that didn't catch it, definitely go check the VODs. Yesterday, we done a 10.5 hours stream to provide the beautiful storylines of a one-day tournament on the test server. That's right, we had some top players in there, some up-and-comers as well, clashing, 16 players in total clashing for the lion's share of the $150 prize pool that we put together for that event. We will be doing more of these type of events. I'm not sure if I'm going to aim into the weekends, because usually I will wherever there's gaps, but most of the time the weekends are eaten up. There's not many weekends that will not be covered by someone in Age of Empires 4 with thousands of dollars. So we'll see what we're able to line the future there. But the goal will be to have some week stuff going, some weekday stuff. In fact, I did announce at the end of yesterday's stream what the plans are going to be moving forward as we hop beyond Wallalol and look forward to what's coming next. So for those that didn't see that, we announced that we have already started to plan out a 30-week-long tournament format. Each week, players in a single elimination format will play out, grand finals of which will be played on the EGC channel, cast by yours truly, and the rest will be able to be caught throughout the week by me here on this channel. So really kind of drives home what I want to do, which is provide a baseline, but also on my side, it provides me good content for the weekdays, instead of just kind of regurgitating pub games where people do the same 15 strats we've seen 1,500 times already. So always happy to have those type of things coming through. What we got today? You knew it was coming. We're going to talk about the protein works before we get into the games, because we're actually going to be checking out some Louis MT, by the way. Salt Caramel Bandit time, baby. Let me know, has anyone actually picked up some of these yet, by the way? I like that. The salt caramel was dope. My favorite, still by far, has to be the banana ones. The banana ones are incredible. Time to add some more hours to those 24. Yeah, that's right, dude. Can't have more than a 12-hour break between streams. What the hell am I thinking there? So we are going to be kicking off today's recap with Louis MT versus Kryzul. Kryzul, who I started to come back into the picture a little bit. I think he's ranked like 70th in the world right now, which is damn impressive, actually. For those that have been following Age of Empires 4 for a long time, they will be familiar with the Kryzul name. This guy was very, very, very capable in the early days of Age of Empires 4. He was part of the Genesis Gaming crew, which the Genesis Gaming came in and they signed like, I'll say 5 or 6 of the top players in the like top 50, top 60 in the early seasons. And, you know, if you look at Kryzul's results, you can see that. AB4 World, Season 1, ranked 35. Season 2, ranked 25. Then he slipped down to around 102, 119. And then it slipped a bit more. But, you know, he's back on the grind. He's up in 83rd place right now. And it looks like he's also prepping for the team tournament. So I don't know if you guys know this, but there was something organized by Clearman. I helped him out on configuring the rules and whatnot. There is a duo nationality 4v4 team tournament coming in October, which is another way we will fill the days with entertainment. All right, we're going to have a balance between 1v1s for our weekly tournament shift, and then also we're going to have days where we can actually cast some of the team game format of tournament. So the way it works is there's going to be players from 2 different countries to make up the team. You can't have more than 2 nationalities on the team. So, for example, I believe there's a Taiwanese team that's going to have Baltun involved with them. So they've got Taiwanese and they've got Swedish there. There'll probably be something like, I reckon Germans will just make a German stack. You probably have things like Serbia plus France, maybe. I don't know if Marine Lord would be convinced of that. But there's plenty of combos that can happen there. So really cool that Clearmans came up with that. We'll see how it goes. I'm not crazy about 4v4 format tournaments. I think 4v4 has become a bit too big. I like the idea of 4 versus 4. I just don't like the size of the maps that it throws you in. But Let's focus on the Chrysler series versus Louis MT. Let me open the game so we can get ready for the first game. How's it handled your nationality? I think in that case you can basically slot in. We're not going to go through a whole legal system here, right? It's done within reason. If you can show a passport that shows a nationality that shows you, then sure, you can count. I just started filling my spare containers up with water. This is more efficient than a tiny glass. So, what we'll do today, looking through the listings, there's a few series that come to mind, a few players we want to check in on. Obviously, we mentioned going to be checking some of Louis MT. There's also Myriad to check in on. Maybe we'll check out some Ezra, some of the Corvinus, Kaz Johan, Denisia. So a lot of cool stories here. There were some interesting upsets in regards to Denisia in particular. I'm looking forward to taking ganders out to see what the hell happened there. But to kick off, let me go ahead and open Louis' data. Of course, he made it private. He probably never made it public, in fairness. So if we go through Chrysal's. Good lad. Chrysal knows. So let's have a look here and see what games we've got. So, game 1 against Louis is going to be Dry Arabia, Japan versus France. Okay, I'm actually kind of curious to this one because I want to know if they fixed the bug with French. There's a really dumb bug right now where French knights, after charging into Mounted Samurai, will not get the bonus damage. And I'm imagining, considering his name is Louis MT, he's going to build Mounted Samurai. For those that have not watched Louis MT play Japan before, I've never known a player so committed to Mounted Samurai. Truly. You'll see what I mean. If the screen loads. Game? There we go. You just call out by his name. I have never, ever seen a player so committed to the way of the samurai. A mounted samurai at that. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires 4 Action. We are here for the Monday recap of the games from our own tournament this weekend, the Preseason 9 Showdown. Team Elephants Louis MT going up against Genesis Gaming's Chrysal here in the purple, playing as the French. Louis is just something else with Japan, man. I don't know how he feels so incredibly entertaining to watch while simultaneously being the most one-dimensional Japanese player I've ever seen. This lad pretty much only ever does cavalry. I've very rarely seen him do anything but mass mounted samurai. He's the only player I notice so frequently go to age 4 and still be spamming the beautiful mounted samurai. Which, by the way, I think that's part of the allure here, if we're being totally real. That's part of the reason Louis does it, is actually the mounted samurai, the elite mounted samurai, are probably one of the coolest looking units, depending on the color you choose. Personally, I would love to see pink elite mounted samurai. I don't think I've seen that yet. Most of the time it's green, because I feel like Louis often goes either green or pink. I'm not sure what the decision is for that. I do just kind of feel grieved by the fact that one of them has gone purple and one's gone pink, though. So, really big takeaway from this game that I'm looking for. Because we are on a test server, right? Lots of new changes, lots of unexpected changes. I want to see if they fixed the Night Charge, because there's a really big issue right now with the Night Charge against Mounted Samurai, or against anything with deflective armor, in fact. Because the French Knights have this ability when they charge. When they hit a charge, they're meant to get bonus damage for 5 seconds. However, when they hit a deflective armor, that doesn't happen, because no damage is registered, and as a result, no buff is triggered. It's pretty bad. It's a really big gaping oversight. It seems like it's nitpicky, but it's actually not. You're missing out an extra 15 damage for your knights in exchange. And although you're still not going to be favored against Mounted Samurai because you miss out on the Lance Charge while they get it, it would gap close a lot of the problem. I actually think they probably need to also revamp deflective armor to, instead of just being a pure, yes, the entire shot gets absorbed, make it a certain amount of damage, I think would be a fair way of going. That way, spears can actually counter samurai, which would make a lot of sense. You could also balance it very curiously that way. So, for example, you could have it be that deflective armor is a shield of 15, for example. That would mean a crossbow shooting you would take away a lot of its damage, but some of its bonus damage would still go through, right? That means if archers shoot you, instead of you just wasting your deflective armor on one measly little bow shot that's maybe 5 damage, you'd be able to absorb 3. So I think it should be like a second health bar that has 15 and depletes. That's the way I would treat deflective armor. And then it can recharge over time. So currently, I believe it's 8 seconds after being in combat, you will be able to recharge the deflective armor. They should just change it so that it starts recharging from 1 and goes up again 2 or 4 every second after 8 seconds of delay. It's much better. It essentially, like, what I'm calling for right there, folks, if you haven't kind of, like, gone, hold on a second, that's not original. It's shields. It's basically shields from games that have, like, a sci-fi shield. But it makes sense, I think, to a reasonable degree. Like, it's no less logical than deflective armor currently when you think about it. Why is this guy only capable of deflecting 1 shot every 8 seconds? I guess the whole idea is he has to take a breath and recharge, but I don't know, maybe he just has to, like, you know, in my world, maybe it's just stapling another plate onto his shoulder so he can deflect another arrow. Anyway, techs are coming through. It is going to be the Kurosawa house. Louis, really not a believer in the Shinobi, but in fairness, in this matchup, it's a death sentence to send out ninjas here. They don't really do anything. I think there is, like, a very subtle usage for ninjas up against French, and that's that French tends to go into pocket economies. But if you're fast castling as Japan, they're not going to go into pocket economies, right? Because they know Mounted Samurai coming. Well, because the Knight's going to be coming. We already see the outpost getting set up. Kind of a weird format here with the Forge Kurosawa house placement. It's interesting as well because Louis doesn't go for this Kurosawa house drop on the tree line that I've seen a lot of players do to save 50 wood. He always just sets it up for maximum farm. So you can see what the intent is here. For a lot of those players that choose to put the Kurosawa house here, they want to minimize pressure on themselves. They want to save 50 wood on the lumber. And they just want to focus on castle, right? But Louis always goes for this Kurosawa house because he wants to focus on Imperium. Eventually, this forge can be deleted, and he can get more farms in. And the whole logic there is extra free farms for a full chunky economy to go for mass knights. And we are at least going to get 1 knight to open this age. He's already got the daimyo in as he does his classic stone and gold gathering build. So Uma Bannerman should be getting queued up in a sec. Although I say that. There we go. Pretty heavy delay, actually. The cool thing about this Uma Bannerman, and I think this is probably going to get nerfed eventually, it takes 15 seconds to produce this unit. This is kind of wild. It was balanced before because 300 stone for Daimyo level 1 was too much. But ever since they buffed it to be 225, I actually think that this is just kind of a go-to build. It's so optimal because you want to go Mounted Samurai anyway in a lot of matchups. So getting one out this early to poke and harass is completely and utterly worth it. The timing may have been intentional from Louis to block out the first knight, but the second one will be able to find him. Oh, wow, look, you took a grand total of no damage. Come on, guys, explain it to me right now. Why? Why is he suddenly able to deflect again? What did he do in that moment there? Is this like a School of Rock moment? He headbanged so hard that he got the power of a god to deflect any shot again? And someone's like, KP, don't question it so much. You're thinking too deep on this. Good. That's what I want the response to be. So now we can do my idea of a rechargeable shield. So Uma's at least delaying when the knight's arriving, which means it's less likely he's going to dive the double outpost now. Louis is going for castle. It looks like Kreisel's doing the same, but what's the value prop here of rushing castle as the French? You'd have to just go arbitrary. Which is scary because the issue with that is your opponent is going to get relics because you won't have knights on the field. We do have a ball play, so it looks like Kreisel is looking to accelerate his timing with this. But he needs to be fast. A little bit of delay here or there can just be enough for the boar to not have felt worth it. And by the way, the boar is bugged. It is not 2,200 food. It's 2,000. Yeah, a little bit of an oversight from the devs. They updated the front-facing value on a boar. So you can see they now give an extra 200 food on Season 9. The problem is they didn't update the back value when they die. So apparently we stabbed the pig so hard. So hard. How hard did you stab it, KP? They lost 10% of its fat and prime ribs. Whoa. Yeah, so pretty awkward little difference there. I'm assuming that is going to be fixed by the time Season 9 goes live. But Kreisel, even with that plan, man, you can see he's going to be later. He only brought 5 villagers out to the boar. He's wasting time building an outpost. I guess he needed it from a sheep perspective because he only has 5 sheep. Meanwhile, Louis is at 5 as well. The difference, however, are the farms and the berries. Berries are really good for you. The farms just come in for free. Man, this Uma Bannerman is just the MVP. That is the entirety of Chrysal's army chasing this one knight. And it's like, you might think, oh yeah, but he had to build a knight, so he wasted resources, right? No, because he's going to want this Uma Bannerman eventually. Yeah, okay, there we go. There's my point. Wow. 3 damage, disable deflective armor. At the same time, though, deflective armor can also stop 35 damage, 45 damage, 90 damage, as long as it's ranged or melee. That's ludicrous. And that's what I want to see them change. Make deflective armor a 15 health shield that can deplete. And what that would mean is, if, for example, this knight right here charged in for a lance of 30, 15 damage goes through. And then if you fix the issue, like, which that will fix the issue, right? Because then a lance hits the main health and it means you get the bonus damage. All of a sudden, you're doing 30 damage extra than you would currently with French Knights. At that point, this is a playable matchup because in its current state, it's not for French. And this is a nightmare to look at. Royal Institute is on the way. He has 3 knights. 3! I'm not really sure what he's meant to do with 3 knights here. Because Royal Institute, the only thing that you want in that situation is Cantor Saddles, and there's no point getting Cantor Saddles because of what we just highlighted with deflective armor. So yeah, this is a pretty pointless landmark. Maybe if he wants to go crossbows, we theorize that idea. I like it, but we aren't seeing an archery range at all from Chrysal. We're seeing no reaction whatsoever. In fact, he just lost 2 knights. Jesus. He didn't respect the auto upgrade on the Uma Bannerman. Didn't respect the double emplacement. Ultimately gets punished. He did get 2 worker kills for his trouble. But that... What? Oh, cries on nobody. I don't think I've ever watched someone at 10 minutes in the game spend 700 resources on Royal Bloodlines with 1 knight. Well, we're record setting in Season 9, that's for sure. This is a first ever for a Conk Plus game. Relic's now just going to start being hoovered up, right? So that makes up for the loss of 2 villages if that gets home. And 1 knight will not be able to contest double mounted samurai. In fact, it's worse than that. Did you see that? He charged in, got rid of the deflective armor, and then the auto attack switched onto the other knight that still had his deflective. Guys, this game is over. Even walling feels painful now. I actually kind of like that walling really feels like it's going to get you killed now. And I know there's going to be some people that like to chill and they like to SimCity, play 2-hour games. They aren't going to like me saying that. But no, I actually approve of these changes. If these changes get altered in any way to be less punishing than they already are, I'm going to be disappointed. 8 seconds to build wall slabs is reasonable. I love it. It's such a good change. Age of Empires 4 is already a defensive-leaning RTS. It didn't need this on top of everything else. This is one of the best single small... but actually big changes I think the devs have ever made. So what's Chrysal's plan here? He's got more health. We said Cantor Saddles is worthless, but he bought it anyway. I'm pretty sure he bought it. Yep. Wait, no. Okay, thank God he didn't. Yeah, guys, you don't want Cantor Saddles. Actually, no, I guess it's like, yeah, it doesn't work at all is the problem, right? Remember, Cantor Saddles increases the charge damage you get from 3 to 10. But because deflective armor gets rid of the lance charge, it doesn't activate Cantor Saddles. So it's completely pointless. You are correct, Crackly. It's the attack damage after charge, but you don't get that. That's the thing that we've been checking for. We're going to find out now. Here we go. So charge in. No, he hit the scout. Oh, for God's sake. This is going to be so hard to test, to watch him test at least. But basically, the issue, folks, those that don't know, is Cantor Saddles is meant to increase you from a +3 damage to a +10 damage for 3 attacks, right? Which is 30 extra damage, right? That's a lot. But with the way deflective armor works, the lance charge is what triggers Cantor Saddles. But the lance charge, and I think we're going to see it here from this guy if he goes in, doesn't do damage. Look, there's nothing. There's nothing. Actually, you got a +3 there. Okay, someone go test this with a one night. I need a one night test. And yes, Hostin did explain it technically before, so we're keeping an eye on this, but I got a funny feeling the game might just be over before we get to see it. It's 14 nights. But basically what happens is because the lance, the way that you get the bonus damage is it's triggered based on you registering damage with your lance attack. And because the deflective armor blocks all damage, that means you've done 0 damage. So it doesn't trigger the bonus. With Royal Bloodlines? I think, yes, they get an extra hit survived. But it's still pretty horrible because you're missing out on 38 damage and you're missing out on either +3 or +10 intended damage. So if you take that into the equation, right, the exchange is still heavily biased towards Mounted Samurai because it's 39 damage that they get and then it's also 38 damage that you don't get, right? Obviously, there's more here. So, so you're talking about roughly 70+ damage differential in the initial exchange. So pretty much Raw Bloodlines value offset. And here we go. I think he charged in there. Notice he did not get the bonus on all of them. Only one of them got the bonus. So the deflective armor bug is not fixed. And as a result, this is still going to be one of the most painful matchups for French players in Age of Empires 4. Yeah. Unplayable Civ, man. Someone flag it to the devs. They need a reminder. This needs to be fixed pre-season 9, rather. It's just impossible for France to play this matchup because of a bug. That's not okay. Is it painful? Hell yeah, it's super painful. You're gonna tower... Wait, you tell me you want to tower rush the... Did you really just say you want to tower rush the Japanese? They'll have a tower up before you, dude. Matchups much harder versus Ibids. I'm not entirely sure of that. You think French should beat Japanese? I mean, everyone in the world can think. It doesn't mean it's a good idea. Why do you think French can beat Japanese? They only have one tower up on one side. Well, it depends on spawn then, doesn't it? Also, here's the problem, Crackety. The new change to Daimyo means they don't give a shit. So here's why. Uma Bannerman take 15 seconds to build. You see the problem now, don't you? That's why I highlighted at the start. Uma Bannerman's kind of OP. Because you can get Daimyo so quickly. 2 knights is still okay? Oh, sure. I'm talking about the Uma Bannerman just kills the villager, though. You just go spears, knights, full push. I don't think that works. I'm not convinced that works. Because also, couldn't I just beat you by building spears? I feel like if you're just going to spam spears and knights, a Japanese player can just beat you by building spears, right? You add archers then. Okay, I add horsemen. Are we like 5-year-olds in the playground saying our dad can beat each other up? But Japan, no, Japan doesn't just have a +1, but they also, so they have a +1 melee attack advantage, you're already shit on. But on top of that, they have the Bannerman, so it's even bigger buff. I actually legit think if you're worried about a French player all-inning you in Feudal Age, you just don't play Kura, you play Koka. Koka's really actually good. Because if you build Spearman plus Shinobi and get Katana Bannerman, your entire army gets buffed up, and you just eviscerate knights. And then you mop through anything else. Outpost will be up if you age up with 5 vills and get the knight out by 4. It sounds like your economy is really freaking weak if you're running a villager over that early to do that as well. But also you need more than... So you're doing Spearman then. You're saying you're doing Spearman, right? For the outpost rush to work. Or are you suggesting you're going to tech up, get arrow slits instead? Is that what you're saying? No spear. Okay, so you're going arrow slits. Does that not feel like it requires the Japanese player to not scout? I feel like that requires the Japanese player to not be scouting. I mean, I'm curious. If you've got games, I'll check them out. But as long as they're not against poor Timmy, who's like platinum rank, right? Like, I think part of what you're suggesting there requires a degree of ignorance from the Japanese player. What do they do if they scout? They count outpost. They just counter outpost first. Right? Like, maybe with the right spawn, your play works, but it's like you're talking about, what, 4 gold spawn on a shorter map, probably? What map were you on for that with Demi, though? Yeah, back gold. What the in the nicest way, what was Ben doing in that game? How did you get on his gold like that? Did you check it back? Did it feel like he done something wrong, or? He did counter outposts. So, like, maybe... So, what Wombat suggests probably won't work on the newer server, right? But, like, surely he would just... I mean, it depends on the spawn, but I'm imagining with a back gorge gold spawn, you just kind of wall one side and outpost the other, right? That does kind of sound like a greedy reaction, maybe, from a Japanese player. But I'd have to see it to know for sure. In my head, like, I'm painting a picture of a very greedy Japanese player, you know? Okay, guys. We've got Deli versus English next. Ooh. Wall won't stop arrows going over it, but you've got knights, not archers. The point, like, what? Oh, sorry, you mean the outpost? I'm talking about, like, you outpost, like, you wall in a way that an outpost can't be placed, sort of thing. So you, like, you know how typically Gorge with those back gold spawns usually has, like, a small tree line, and then you have the back of the map? Like, you wall between the back of the map and the tree line, and then you outpost the fort, right? So then you can't get an outpost in, is what I'm thinking. I'd have to see the spawn and everything. Like, it's obviously spawn dependent. Gorge sometimes just has the most stupid open gold spawns, and then other times they always have those small tree lines that you can wall to. So yeah. Kind of curious. I haven't seen that game, so I can't comment too deeply. But I mean, have we got multiple examples? Is what I'd like. I'd like to see if that like holds up frequently, or if that's like a whoops, I shouldn't have done that sort of thing. Because I feel like from a Japan perspective, that's almost a whoops, I shouldn't have fallen for that one. All right, should we get ready to go? Let me get a point on the board. All right, so we're just going to put 2-0 on the board, right? Because this is a hard matchup, guys. English versus Deli has proven to be a really rough one to navigate for English players recently, actually. Even with the 2 TC builds, we've seen plenty of games where it kind of falls flat. I'm wondering, though, the Deli, they did just get nerfed, right? Not on Season 9, because for those who don't know, this is the first tournament ever on Season 9 that we are doing right here. So welcome back to Age of Empires for action. But one interesting change that happened is that on the Season 8 patch, Ghazi went from, I think it was 145 health to 135. So they're not as good at diving English defenses as they were. It is still a horseman-type comp that can dive in. And to be honest, like, if there's one weakness to these greedy English players, it is actually kind of horseman. And the reason is that you don't have shivs, you have bows, right? Bows that have 1 damage less. And against horsemen, they already have 2 ranged armor. So Ghazi are kind of the bane of English existence here, especially considering most English players get very greedy and they play hard into spears. Let's see which way Chrysler wants to play this. I've seen a few players trying to do council hall builds and it just doesn't make sense anymore. Abbey of Kings always feels better because if you go for Abbey of Kings, and yeah, you're already seeing it from Gali, this guy has got a fetish for horses. He's always talking about this build, but it is the correct call. If you go horseman here, you can just basically min-max on the fights. And the reason that's important is usually the Dome of Faith build for Deli is winning at the moment because you can just peel back injured Ghazi, heal them up, and min-max on them. You just bulk. The whole idea is English does that too, but English is more efficient because they don't have to run all the way home to do that. The king can move with the army and heal them between fights. So, should be Abbey of Kings. There's already Dome of Faith on the other side. Guys, are we going to have to buff Tower of Victory? We might have to buff Tower of Victory at this rate. Abbey of Kings is coming in. And it is going to be 2TC. He's already on the stone. We're going to hit the 2x speed just until the first units come out. So, like, win rate, where is this at right now on ladder? I'm kind of curious on Season 8. I imagine it's still quite Deli favored, especially considering that most players aren't doing Horsemen. So if we look at matchups for Season 8, highest level of play. So historically, for the last season, Deli versus English is a 66% win rate, only 15 games played. Previous patch before that would have English at a 47% win rate versus Deli. So yeah, both patches, Deli still favored, which I think does track. The times are changing, so we'll see if Chrysler does lean into that cavalry build we were just fearing. We have got second TC, which is be on the gold, I'd imagine, to secure the age up. In the meantime, we are on Rocky River. This is going to be a free map, easy Sacred Site grab. And I believe we should have the Ghazi now on the way to support that. Wow, don't you like how... Guys, I love how I put on this, like, new season. Big changes to Siege. What can we expect to see? Wow, English 2TC. I love how they've taken advantage of the different meta. In fairness, English's early game wasn't really impacted by Season 9's changes. It's what happens in the mid and late game that's different now. So, King already out. Oh my god, King moves so fast. Yeah, still on the 2x speed just because I want us to get into kind of the mid game, which I think is the more interesting part here. Ghazi is already going to be there to mirror. You need to be very careful not to overextend too quickly, just because if he gets up to 4 or 5 Ghazi, he can run beyond you and pinch you. Remember, the King is slower than these horsemen. Behind this, that's apparently the space he needed. Second TC going up, no pressure coming his way. That's important. Remember what we just said. Ghazi have ranged armor, so had this been spotted, had these Ghazi started to dive and poke here, it could have ruined your TC timing entirely. Still, this is pretty bold. 2 TC versus Deli very rarely ends well for most civs. And we have got the racks on the way, so appropriate reaction. Chrysler's just going to hunker down. He's got pretty good spawn to do this type of build. I find English are really obnoxious on Rocky River for this reason. Even more so when they get a gold spawn like that. But realistically, even if you only have the 4k gold, even if it's forward-facing, you can usually kind of insulate yourself because you get these tree lines that spawn in front of you that are nice kind of bridge points for walling. Walling has been nerfed in Season 9. It's a lot harder to do. But on a map like Rocky River, that classic wall your entire base strat is very feasible compared to somewhere like Dry Arabia where it's harder to obtain. Oh, English did get impacted by Season 9. They got buffed. I mean, they got nerfed on their men at arms, but they got 100% buffed on their range comp for late game. So, Sacred Site's now being capped up by Louis. I love these Dome of Faith builds, man. I love and hate them in that it's kind of the bread and butter. There's very rarely a Tower Victory game that I get to cast now. But the cool thing is we now have Deli with this idea of scalability. Although, whoever on the dev team came up with that needs to face some accountability, because right now, Deli are kind of looking scarier than they have in the past, to be honest. They may not be archiballing anymore, but a lot of the options they're coming out with, these Lancer spams, these War Elephant plays, are ridiculous. War Elephants in particular are blowing my mind. The fact that they can beat an army of spears is ludicrous. All because they gave them splash damage. Alright, one's if you think Louis is going to win this. Two's if you think Chrysler. We have got 3 Sacred Sites locked in. It is 2 TC already, though, with a 6 eco lead. Chrysler is going to have to come out, but that's the whole point of the mass spears. However, Louis already read this, and this is why you tend to go the Horseman route. If you go Spearman, there's still a counter. If you go Horseman, like, yeah, your opponent could theoretically go for mass spears as well, but he's against English. And people very rarely will willingly build spears against English. It's kind of a nightmare. On top of that, by going spears instead of horsemen, Chrysler doesn't have any raiding potential. Not just that, he just got battered on that Sacred Site. Not good. So Chrysler's just going to allow it, and it looks like he's going to go for Castle Age. And yes, you heard that correctly. War Elephants now have AoE damage. They hit for 50 on the primary target of the task, and I believe it's 25 splash around them. On top of that, you have a Spearman who's stabbing you in the face for like 20 24 damage, I believe it is. Very good unit. And then add in the fact that they gave a new tech in the House of Learning, Mahoots. You get an extra 10% movement speed in those bad boys. So they move at 1.1 movement speed. They're no longer slugs. I think we are going to get to see at least the House of Learning element of that build now. Boom, coming in. White Tower on the other side. Nicely locked between the two TCs. This is important. It protects the tree line. It protects the farm clusters that are also going to be coming out. And I believe Chrysor is just going to go mass men at arms here, which I am not a fan of. The problem with mass men at arms here is you're going to be going armor clad into home blades, right? So whether Louis does men at arms or lances, he'll win that fight. The only way you'd be able to contest him is in your own base. And the goal for Louis in this game to win isn't to be in your base, it's to be on these sacred sites, which he's already achieving. Wolves as well, I love this detail. One kind of interesting thing actually is like Wolves getting nerfed. I actually think you're going to see Deli going back to infantry a bit more Season 9 because of that. Just to get walls up. It's kind of just an efficient way. Like even if you just build a racks, build 2 spearmen so you can wall around your base, it pays for itself within a few minutes compared to like the idle time now involved. We've seen how much it hurts someone's early game economy to use villagers to build walls now. Louis, look at this. Doesn't have to worry about coming out. The classic Pro Scouts play, which is always affordable. And by affordable, I mean comes through quickly when you have 11 scholars at 11 minutes. And it's the 5 relic grab. Oh my god. And this is why I kind of worry for the English, right? Like Deli, sure. It's kind of awkward if it's a mass horseman build, but if the English players want to play these condensed 2TC mass spear builds, this is the trade-off. Giving map control to a fast-casting Deli is the biggest mistake you can make. Louis. Oh, that was sick. The extra vision. The extra vision saved him from getting snatched there. However, the follow-up troops will reveal him, so... He's like, oh, I can walk home now? Oh no. Oh, I can walk home? Oh, no. Well, the cav is on the way, but they won't be able to break him out of this. He can sneak around the north side, but he needs to be quick. Chrysor will be able to get that decap. Louis should be able to skirt around the side now if he's quick about this. Ghazi are intercepting reinforcements, though. Spearmen not being upgraded, not having that veterancy, means that they can actually get pummeled down by the Ghazi riders. In fact, they're about to ride deep in the night. Veterancy just came in, courtesy of, once again, all of those scholars. Great read there. Louis just kind of diminishing that initial punch that Chrysor will have in this age. Buying critical time for his own transition. We've got a forward keep. We've got Wi-Fi coming in for it. And although he might not have Compounded Defender, we're going to get that type of effect coming because this will lead to a very quick unlock of Village Fortresses, folks, courtesy of how many scholars he has. This is the crazy thing about Dome of Faith. You know, before, one of the big things with the Compounded Defender is the fact that you start prepping Village Fortresses the moment you reach Castle Age. Although you don't want to delay now these type of builds, look at how quickly he'll get it. It's not a 5-minute wait, it's a 2-minute wait. It'll be even less than that once the rest of these scholars get home. Chrysor creeping in. And to that point of putting the sacred sites in the middle of the map, no. We have plenty of examples of one sacred site maps, and we've seen what they turn into. They turn into exploitative games for Ruse, Chinese, English with defensive landmarks. So one sacred sites are very rarely a good idea. You kind of always need at least 2 sacred sites, unless there is something very specific about the map that allows for one. So army is going to march in. So Chrysor trying to poke at this. Louis will be forced to defend. He's already got a war elephant though, and there's no solution to that. Guys, I'm not kidding when I say 11 spearmen will not beat this war elephant. This unit is insane. Backstab coming in though. Villagers are going to have to shift away. The wall creating the space at the wrong time there. Has got the second relic ready to go though. Love this defense from Louis. I mean, it's kind of crazy actually because the king could have dove in there, folks. You can't convert a king, so that would have been one way to try and snipe the Wololo. So Chrysor has just done a lap in Louis' base and achieved nothing with it. However, Again, might make it worth it. No, only one villager. Not a great start there. Elephant getting a bit ambitious. But look at that damage! Oh my god. One law's also now coming out, so he's going to have to retreat away. He's going to get cheesed. It's just going to be Tower Elephant spam. For good reason. Chrysler doesn't have any way of reaching them. And now we just see the Elephants able to frontline into this. The Spearmen wasting time chasing villages when they're needed over here. But damage has not been done. Look at those health bars. So Chrysler's strike number 1 was terrible. The walls are almost entirely up now, which means that Chrysler's reinforcements are taking ages to arrive. And he's also completely miscued in terms of economy. He's got way too much gold, nowhere near enough food or wood. Farm cluster count isn't really impressing me, only 2.5. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Pro Scouts play has given that longevity, and also all these berry bushes are ripe for the taking for the Deli. Louis, I believe, now has Village Fortresses online. So I just saw that got mentioned. Yes, the eco lead is big. Yeah, the eco lead is big, but the eco lead is also very deceptive on multiple angles here. We've got a second keep up now, so it's not going to extend any further. Louis is ready for a third keep. And in the fact that he's got his hands on 5 relics and 2 sacred sites, you start to realize the numbers are a lot closer than they appear. On top of that, the Deli are just gathering quicker here, right? They've got the berry buff gathering rate. So they're competing with the Castle Age farms of the English. Don't tell me who's coming, but I mean, there's a castle here. This is the worst possible breach point for Chrysler to commit to. Louis, about to be at 20 scholars. I mean, I'm just going to say this is the point where Imperial Age looks pretty tasty. Another cool tech coming in. I love this one. Tranquil Venue doesn't really get enough credit. If the fights aren't fully committed into and you're talking about elephants, it's insane just having these Ford Moss. You just retreat towards them. It's a +4 heal per second on top of whatever the Scholar's doing. So you top off these really tanky units quickly. Love it. I actually think that this tech can be pretty wild when you play elephants, because elephants is a kind of creep and crawl approach strategy. So you can afford to take your time moving up with keep drops, moving up with moss. Whereas when you play Lancers, for example, it's all about rushing. Farm cluster count is now up to the 4th here. So Chrysler's starting to get a real food eco going. The quality of the army is kind of crazy here, though, guys. This outpost is critical. Without it, you can't even remotely fight up against war elephants. It's ludicrous to say out loud that spearmen struggle to kill war elephants. But I have watched enough AoE 4 games on Season 8 to be convinced of it now. I've watched armies of 80 spears lose to 10 elephants. Which mathematically is kind of an outrage, actually. Because remember, war elephants cost 750 resources, and spearmen cost 80. But like, you know, even if you had, let's say, so let's round it simple. Let's say you had like 8 elephants versus like 80 spears. The elephants, I think, might still win that fight. Because when you line them up, it's the saturation damage. The thing that kind of gets slept on with war elephants, like, we understand they're ridiculous, but we're not really figuring out why. You have to remember, it's a land snake. The tusk attack is a land snake. Well, let's see how land snake it can be. Dive's coming in. Louis continues to back up here. He's killing so many of these spearmen already. Dive comes in. Tower Elephants are going to start to back away. One of them does get trapped, but none of them are dying. Oh, no. Finally, an elephant goes down. Second one's going to get pinched, but those are the Tower Elephants. The War Elephants are the ones that should be absorbing this. Nice surround from Chrysler, however. He doesn't give that line formation. Louis, a little bit of a gap in the form here. As the push will continue through. Another War Elephant goes down. Scholars are trying to focus fire their heal, which means that Chrysler is going to have to back away. So a good exchange from a kill count, but not really when you look at the outcome at the end. 20 military now to 50. 20 of that is Scholars, but a lot of it is still raw power. Yeah, I don't know if I'd agree with like the way Louis approached that. He ended up with a giant gap in his front line, when the center was tower elephants, they had to back away. That was the problem there. Had he had more war elephants filling that gap, Spearmen wouldn't be able to surround, they wouldn't be able to pinch, and they wouldn't be getting quick kills here. But big credit to Chrysler, the network of Citadels won him that fight. From a like DPS exchange perspective, right? Might not have won him the game, though. Louis now going H4. Yeah, there aren't many civs in the game that can actually deal with elephants right now. Like, English is probably one of them due to the attack speed. Deli, maybe because of Tower Victory if you go that route. Other ones that come to mind, Abbasids are okay because they can pinch over each other. I've always rated Mongols quite highly. Kurultai, of course, works with bonus damage, but the bigger deal is actually Yam that allows you to gap close and maneuver speed arrows, which allows you to reach and grab these elephants. But a lot of civs do struggle with it. I mean, I've watched Ottomans with mass spears just lose the entire army to a wave of elephants. I've watched even HRE, weirdly enough, lose their entire army to a wave of elephants. Chrysler bulked up. May need to tech up now. Kind of an awkward situation now, right? Because Deli are subtly ridiculous in the late game. We start to realize it more and more now that it becomes viable. For a start, things like this, Armored Beast is crazy, especially in conjunction with biology. You end up with 1,332, 1,324, something like that health. It's a ludicrously high number that you can achieve on these war elephants. Deli vs Japan matches that reach castle yet. War elephants are playing ridiculous in the matchup. I haven't seen it get there because the issue is that Deli takes a dump on Japan before they even get H3. Deli versus Japan is one of Japan's hardest matchups historically. We'll keep drop on the east side. It's being contested. Mongol stacking in some damage, but not enough here. So decap on the Sacred Site is going to be there. That's actually big for Chrysler. However, there might be bigger problems coming. So at least keep down. Villagers will be able to shuffle away. One weakness for Louis is the point where he needs to switch into farms, but right now he's got how many keeps still up? 2. So he's at 3 TC effective versus 2. I do think that Louis needs to get a bombard. He's fighting this game in a really hard way because he's allowing the aura. If you just get rid of that network of citadels, we will be at a point where war elephants will win the fight. I don't think he wants to do that, though. Louis has stopped producing war elephants. He's just going for mass tower. Oh, the classic. We're back to 2022, baby. You guys remember those days with this build? I mean, it makes sense. Chrysler has spears and crossbows, right? You don't want to build the war elephants against that because crossbows get bonus damage, spears get bonus damage. In this situation, your opponent can't reach you because Mahoots allows you to run away quite quickly. 0.96 movement speed doesn't sound like a lot, but remember, you'll just keep running and gunning. The Spearman will charge in, stab you once, and then have to slowly follow up. Like I said, tread pressure is coming in, so Chrysler is looking to break out. I think he needs H4, though. H4 would be huge for him here with this many spears. The bonus damage alone would allow that chase down to be more effective. That's actually kind of crazy now that I think about it as well. In Imperial Age, Tower Elephants have been buffed because of Elite Army Tactics. So Elite Army Tactics doesn't give you extra health anymore. It's going to give you melee armor, which is completely pointless against mass archers on Elephant Back. As to will this be? Wingard Palace is like also not great against Tower Elephants. Ranges are kind of redundant because of all the ranged armor. Just check the value right there. You are seeing that correctly. It's 13 ranged armor on these. Footmen do get bonus versus Cav, of which these are Cav, but you have to reach them. You could get the Raiders. I think that might be the one way for Chrysler, is if he actually spams the Raiders, he can get mass horsemen going pretty fast. But the problem right now is he has to throw away an army first. Guy's sitting at 200 pop. Yeah, kind of surprised actually with 2k income, Chrysler didn't consider horsemen, but I think he got baited by the opening war elephants. How do we feel about this being the future of Deli, by the way? You know, you can have your ponies in feudal age, but then it's all about the elephant life. Through and through. Blast from the past, really. So all tech upgrades are on the way in. Even the ones he will not even touch here. Terror Elephant count is up to 10. I believe the UI for capture rate is still broken with, with the gunpowders. Yeah, so this isn't 6 guys, this is 2. You'd think that would get fixed, but here we be. Kreisel. What's the solution? Because crossbows doesn't feel it. I don't think you even want to be going like Gunner Boys, right? They changed the way hand cannons work. They're not just a be-all counter in the late game now. They are specifically used to target into infantry. Like, funnily enough, actually, Louis would benefit from having them. With the new Serpentine Powder, you get 30% movement speed and plus 8 damage versus melee infantry. I know some people aren't happy with the nerfs to infantry in late game, but I do overall support the idea of what the devs are doing there. Age of Empires 4 was always meant to be a game about counters, but we have, in some cases, overly soft counters. What they're trying to do is give more clear counter choices in the late game. Right? Logic being that range units should counter the melee infantry, and Cav should counter the range units, and so on and so forth. And, you know, to complete the circle, obviously horsemen should now be doing no damage really to spearmen. Trade they were already going to lose, but now one that spearmen will barely be bruised by because of this. Plus 4 melee armor. I feel like Louis is just chilling. Kreisel has been a bit too static. He's not really punishing Louis. Louis is getting through the hardest point in his game. The farms are already up. Farm count at 31 is more than good enough from this position, right? We've got 35 scholars now. Everything is just being researched tech-wise. After that, you just got a mass healing force. You can already see him putting that to good use. Army's about to clash. Network of Citadel's buff is going to be there. The Tower Elephants just need to start a step away. Instead, Louis. What on earth are we doing here? Just standing there. The scholars are now starting to front line. So that's absorbing a lot of the shots. And even with the A-click in, it's not even close. And the worst part still, he doesn't even have elite army tactics. Even if he did, guys, I don't think it would have mattered. Oh my god. The reason it wouldn't have mattered is you're talking about howders. Look at that. You're seeing that correctly. It's 22 times 4. Wait, was that always the case? I thought it was meant to be times 2. Well, I know the gunners are definitely times 2, right? They should be. I'm panic clicking and then I'm clicking off them. Yeah, they're the times 2. When did that change? Because it used to be times 2. I don't remember the howders getting changed to times 4. Is that a UI bug? If not, that's freaking broken. That's ludicrous. That means the Tower Elephant's effective DPS, without using melee, is 88 damage every 1.5 seconds. No. That's a bug. That has to be a bug. Could you imagine? Gatling gun elephants. Last defense of Kreisel. I don't think he's going to be able to hold on here. Even if it is just times 2, it's good enough, especially with the Zeal effects coming in. Just turning him into a true Gatling gun. Kreisel once again headbutts the elephant mass and falls victim. Hand cannon is now being prepped behind this, but they don't get the chemistry any longer. They're stuck at 35 damage against a chunky 960 HP opponent. The boy's drained. This is done. Louis just chilling his way through to the late game. And now the siege begins. That's the beautiful thing about mass elephants, guys. You don't need to bring a bombard. This is the bombard. Sacred Site's locked in again. And we even now have mass war elephants on the way. So how does Kreisel get back into this? It's Horseman. The Horseman's the only way. And it's crazy he hasn't clocked that yet, considering he's got over 6,000 food in reserve. It would be a saving grace, but just doesn't seem to be coming. I'm curious, actually. Do we have any gunpowder boys left? Yeah, right there. If I can flick him. My blind. There. So I just want to check if like the range tech's increase. It doesn't. It does act correctly there. The hand cannon's a lot. I don't know if serpentine powder works. I assume not. That would be broken. So it looks like we are going to get a 2-0 in this series, and only one last chance for Chrysler to remain in the upper bracket. Oh man. So somehow the mass elephant spam got even more ridiculous in Season 9. Holy crap. I mean, it makes sense, right? You don't get chem against them anymore, so that's 8 damage missing. Bombards were changed and rejigged, so they have a lot less base damage, if I remember correctly, so they're not a great counter to elephants anymore. Spears are not as tanky as they once were. They don't get extra range damage, they get extra melee armor, so their effective HP is drastically lower against mass tower elephants. Everything about this screams Deli, OP, and Imperial. In hindsight, though, like, you know, Horseman we did mention would have been his way out, but there's always a risk that Louis was going to do this. War Elephant and Tower Elephant. And War Elephants will disintegrate Cav units. Remember, look at that damage. They get to do the 53 in the tusk, but they also will do an extra 68 damage from the Spearman on top. I'm going to hit the fast forward now. We've got some weird shenanigans down here. For some reason, there's a marketplace and a keep drop coming in. Villagers being pulled. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Guys, there's 15 fire armor on this. Wait. Why? Okay, I'm sorry. What? Why do incomplete keeps get 15 fire armor? What? This Civ is broken. This Civ is so broken. Why? 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 I don't understand why the incomplete castle gets 15 firearm. That's so dumb. Not only Deli? I'm pretty sure. Isn't that only Deli? We can double check that. We can fact check that statement. Maybe I'm wrong. I just haven't noticed it to that extreme before, because people usually don't just pull like villages to try and stop the keeps that late in the game. What tech are you talking about? Is it... It's not core architects. Pretty sure it's a Deli specific tech. Yeah. Slow burning defenses. No, it's not House of Learning, guys. It's legit just you get it. I think what Pearl Harbor was trying to refer to is the 5 fire armor, right? But like I'm speechless. That was so dumb. That was so unbelievably dumb. House of Learning didn't have one, no. There isn't one for that now. That's so... Wait, so doesn't... Because Atri has one like this as well, right? So that works for them as well, correct? This one. But that's still only 5 fire armor. That's insane. 15 fire armor? Considering Castlage units torch for 17, I think Imp is 20? That's a 75% damage reduction. Abba also get it? No, Abba's is based on its House of Wisdom. The Keep, I don't think has one. There. No, so what you're thinking of is House of Wisdom has an innate 5 fire armor. It exudes via the Golden Age aura. Same with Ibids. But that was 15 fire armor. One sec. Upcoming patch makes Deli S tier. That's wild. That thing does not feel balanced. All right. So let's see what they have for us next. So GG Kreisel. Mongols versus Joan. I feel like Mongols versus Joan can go either way. It's meant to be decent for Mongols because they can build Keshiks to snipe Joan. But we're going to Hill and Dale, and both of these civs could trade. One is for all buildings, the other is for only keeps. Yes, but like that makes keep drops, aggressive keep drops to Deli ludicrous. 15 fire armor, holy crap. JD is favored. Not if you have a good Silver Tree route. And on a map like Hill and Dale, okay, no, scrap that. Look at the spawn. Those trade posts are so far forward. Oh no. Welcome back to the Competitive Age of Empires for action. We are live from Zuzor 9. That's right, the first tournament ever, and we hosted it on the newest patch. Louis MT in the pink playing as Joan Dark, going up against Kreisel in the purple as the Mongols. Whew. On the Hill and Dale, I was feeling like this would be a good map for Mongols to trade, because if the trade is in the corner, you're very well insulated against Joan raids and Knight raids, and you can just spam Keshiks. But those trade points don't inspire confidence. They're very exposed. They're very far forward. You're likely going to end up running through the front of your base, and it's going to make it maybe harder to kind of defend than normal. And that means that going trade is a bigger risk, because Louis will farm that up with his hero unit Joan. And yes, these are replays from literally the tournament we ran yesterday. So we had a $150 tournament on the test server. Some of the best players in the game were competing, some of the upcomers as well, to see who was the absolute Chad of the pop. And of course, King Anatan ruled over all in the end. But I find it criminal to have all these entertaining, fantastic potential games which just don't get seen. So that's what we're here to fix. So, I think Louis is going to... Is he going to try Cock? The landmark, guys, chill. He really likes doing Chamber of Commerce. He's been doing it a lot in this tournament, and a lot in general. So, the only issues on this type of map, you know, it is a kind of awkward spawning trade post. It's not one of those full corner ones. So, your trader will go out the front, and your opponent's likely to build Keshiks. So, good choice. School of Cavalry is going to be the go-to. Kreisel on the other side. We're going to hit to the 2x speed. He's going for an outpost rush. That gold is hard to reach, though. And yeah, Louis already aware. So I thought this might be like an attempt at trade, but Kreisel's just going to play standardized, and that feels harder, weirdly enough, against Joan. Like, you'd think it would be risky to build traders, but the upside is you can scale Keshiks and now number Joan's army. By doing this, I feel like you're going to have to go Deerstone now because of the delays. Let's see. He is actually going Silvertree. I just want to, like, fully disclose, by the way, that I'm not a great fan of Silvertree now. If the trade post had been in the corner on this map in particular, it's viable, but I think the majority of games should be Deerstone because it gives you that extra movement speed that is quintessential in these feudal age fights. Especially in this particular matchup, because it can allow you to kind of kite out Joan, reach in Sniper, especially with the extra 0.5 tower range from the Khan Hunter. Instead, we've just got a kind of classic matchup here. The difference being is, you know, in the classic matchup, you can maybe justify just kind of A-clicking the fight as Mongols, taking some bad trades, but whittling the army down and trying to get head off of Silvertree. You can't do that against Joan. What you need to do is formulate a strategy that kills Joan before the fight evolves. Because otherwise, she will evolve from a Geodude into a Graveler. She gets quite beefy when she gets level 3. I'm wondering, are we going to get melee form Joan here? I mean, he's already got the archers to answer the spears, so it doesn't really feel necessary. It's more likely we're just going to see range zone, so then you can kind of snipe the Keshiks. Of course, that's speculating the Chrysal's even going to go Keshiks, but why wouldn't you? It's basically your best unit here. Your opponent's already built into archers, and you're blocking his gold, which means he can't get knights straight away. So sensible choice being made. Spearman also backing away. Notice that Chrysal doesn't want to give over any XP. More than he needs to. Rax as well. Okay, I'm actually really liking this from Louis. It's a little bit unorthodox to see, but it's the classic reaction we start to see out of like Joan of French when they couldn't access gold. Is they're like, oh, I mean, it's kind of weird, but let's just be an infantry civ. You do have, you know, extra eco-inflation, and the interesting part is like Rax is the most optimal building for consecration because the highest percentile, right? Like every unit choice you make here is primarily food. It's 75% and above food, which means the discount, you kind of save more over time. Knights can be more cost-efficient savings for consecration, but you have to pump them non-stop for that to be justified. Can't. As revealed what's coming. First Keshiks are going to get queued up. That should be a double pump, but unfortunately, he's not in range of the Uvu. I mean, if he was, doesn't seem to have enough stone here, so it's going to be slow to mass the Keshik counter. Kind of difficult as well. If you only have like 2 Keshiks, Joan has a spear to assist, she can hold on. What's Louis up to here? Because he's not really actively investing in additional spears or archers so far. Hasn't gone back onto the gold. I guess he's just trying to see what his opponent is doing first before making the next step. And, okay, am I imagining things, or do Mongols not usually do improved wheelbarrow? I'm not imagining things, right? 200 stone at this point in the game? I don't think that's worth it. +4 carry for 200 stone. Which, reminder, instead of being +4 carry, could have been another Keshik. That feels really wasteful. Wait, is he doing all of them? He just got the eco tech improved as well. He's going for all of the stone upgrades. What? Remember, with the improved versions, you get inflated like returns on this, right? So I think it's 7.5% for level 1s, and I think level 2s are 5%. Across the board. So yeah, he went improved wheelbarrow, improved fertilization. I don't know if I've ever seen that in a tournament. Louis now is on the gold. He's walled himself in. He's going for the knights. Chrysal is just mashing raw Keshik count. Silver Tree trade is underway, and it looks like he's trading to Louis' side, which is very smart, considering that Louis has parked Joan on the opposite side of the map here. Improved tier 1 tech seem worth it now? I can maybe get behind that. Like, what was the cost overall? It was 150, I think, right? Yeah, so that's not too bad. I wholly disagree about wheelbarrow, though. I'm not... Like, I don't see the value in the wheelbarrow carry capacity in the first 10, 15 minutes at least. Because 200 stone is just so valuable in the opening phase of the game, right? Also, in the meantime, have found the traders. So he's going to start to deny that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still kind of polarized by this wheelbarrow choice. Maybe there's something else additional I'm not realizing here, but +4 carry just doesn't feel worth it for 200. Keshiks are going to dive in, and we see the counter to Joan. We see why Mongols can be a delectable answer to this Civ. Joan down. Archers will try to shift back. They've at least got the wall with a gate to try and get through, but I don't think many of them are going to be making it home here. It's a good run down there by Chrysal. He can now pivot to trade to the north side. And he doesn't have to worry about Joan now being fed XP in the process. Yeah, good start actually for Chrysal then. I think Louis, the lack of an immediate choice hurt him. We saw how he delayed production into spears or additional archers. Now going knights is kind of nice, but you need to react fast here. Because we know what Mongols are like with a silver tree. They just keep on pumping. He's only at 3 right now, so it's not out of control. We do at least have, deer coming out to allow you to inflate, and that does seem to be something that Chrysal hasn't bothered with due to the Louis threat. So as a result of that, it does mean the food income is better for Louis right now, which is balancing out against these Fert techs. Kind of surprising, actually, that we haven't seen Louis go for his own eco-techs, considering you do get the same discounts that French get. So you'd be paying a lot less than what the Mongols have to kind of mirror. Spin plus Mass Keshik. What is the plan here for Louis? I mean, in fairness, Mass Melee is kind of perfect. If your army's big enough, it means Joan will always farm. Joan has two weaknesses. It's Mass Heavy Cav and Mass Range Units, because Mass Range Units kill her before the battle begins, and Mass Cav just run her down. But if you have enough of your own melee units, then Mass Cav can't really do anything, is the idea. So, although Chrysor has an edge, the way these comps are aligning does favor a Joan pick. That's still kind of like baffled by this little detail around the improved decks. Did we ever see anyone trying improved forestry again? I remember there was a time where it looked really sick. I think Wham in particular was doing some really cool improved forestry builds on Altai about like a year and a half ago. And it looked super effective. I think it's almost just exclusively for the idea of chopping through to get a quicker route, something like Hidden Valley. But even then, like I remember when people tried that on Woodwall and it just looked really cheesy and ineffective. Keshik's diving in. Spearmen are there though. And a fight that he wants no part of. Joan arrives just in time to start snatching some XP. A good time for Chrysor to turn around before that turns into an absolute farm fiesta. Reminder that right there, that is 200 XP waiting to be reaped. And considering their health pool is drastically lower than Feudal Knights, it's not hard to reap them. Still, the problem here is if Chrysor doesn't take some sort of edge, some big edge, in terms of eco military, level 3 will start to creep. He has at least slowed the timing after sniping Joan earlier. But, you know, usually without being sniped and without touching the map, Joan can expect to get level 3 around, I think it's roughly like 19 minutes, 18, 19 minutes. You add 1 or 2 big fights in that, where she gets, say, 100 XP a pop or something, and you're looking more at like a 15, 16 minute timer. So Chrysor, if he commits to an engagement, he needs to be absolutely certain that he can win it. It's not enough to win it and walk back, you then have to go do some damage. Kind of like the way that Louis is right now, able to snipe out some more traders. It's kind of funny, right? How often we're seeing Joan just played like French now. And what I mean by that is it's almost like the hero doesn't exist. But the way I'd like to describe Joan in these situations is it's similar to the idea of Hippodrome, actually. Hippodrome is more value by having it as a potential option than using it sometimes. And I think Joan works that way as well. By Joan being a potential threat, it makes Chrysor more reluctant to play overly aggressive. So then Louis can just take small pockets of knights and send them in, knowing there isn't going to be a counterattack because Chrysor's already playing further back than he normally would due to the risk of fighting into Joan. So Louis, there's no way he tries to rush stage 3. This could be a good fight. So tricky now with the walls up. It's kind of cool the way that Louis played this. You keep the spears plus Joan at home, so if the Keshiks try to hit the back walls, you can always get there in time. If Chrysor's able to get enough knights together and then you just go H3, like he should be favored here, right? So he's at 22 Keshiks. Say you go up to 30, 35 and you go age up. You should have kind of a really succinct timing to push in. You have to hit it perfectly though, because the issue is Louis is scaling mass knights. And we've seen Royal Institute take over for French and Joan. It pretty much has become their bread and butter again, after a long time of Guildhall just being the way. Right, he's going to get a freebie as well, so village down there. Chrysor will at least get the Uber online, so that's the small positive. But that's a big negative. Raid at both ends of the map. He'll find the traders again. And Chrysor completely being crippled on his trade. Only 3 traders total. There's just no inflation here. There's no big army building. Knights also willing to engage because the spearmen are trickling out towards their death. Yeah, it feels like the issue that I'm seeing in this game is Chrysal's inactivity, unwillingness to do something. Part of that is due to the natural defenses that Hillendale gives you. And it's the fact that one's condensed and one's trading, right? But at some point, if you're Chrysal, it's kind of a crap or get off the pot type feeling. You can't keep doing this dance trying to build trade because you're not really getting a return on investment. Instead, you're just kind of burning money. As we said, the longer you wait, naturally, Joan will eventually get level 3. And if you're stuck in feudal still, she's going to become an unassailable problem. Right. Oh, he's just going to wrap around, isn't he? Oh, that was vile. He charged onto the trader to get further away. Keshiks are going to try to cut them off, but the A-click brings them in on the north side. What the hell was that pathing? Louis just able to cruise away. Scout should get sniped here, but who cares? The Knights are alive. Kurotai is down the way from Chrysal, so he's finally hitting that timing. But Louis is now at 21 Knights. We are close to the point where he's going to choose to tech as well. And if it's Raw Institute, I'm not backing the Keshiks. Yeah, I find Keshiks are very difficult to utilize with Kurotai. The problem with trying to utilize Keshiks with Kurotai is the fight just moves too much. So you can't easily stay in range to keep the buff going. You'll be packing up and packing down all the time. So, you know, instead of feeling like you're at 20% DPS increase, you feel lucky to get a 5% increase in your overall across the fight. Checkup comes through though. Louis has a choice to make. He either dives in or dials it back and goes age free. And I believe our Chinese prodigy kid is putting on his scuba gear. It's time to go. Army moving in. Chrysal has queued up the Keshik upgrade. Big mistake made though, the Kurotai. Assumptions make an ass out of you. Luckily for him, Louis didn't surround it to block the movement. So Kurotai will be able to unpack. This Joan has to be getting close to level 3. Also keep in mind, the army is not in position, so it might be a dive and just a burn here. In fact, he goes deeper. He looks for the economy. Louis going all in. Keshiks are rotating from behind right now, but they are slow to arrive. There's going to be a damage. There's going to be attacks. Louis starting to farm up Joan. Backside raid does come in. The Keshiks able to connect onto the archers here. So we need to pivot over to that. Knights, in the meantime, are massacring the villages. There's nowhere safe to be, nowhere safe to run. He shifts them south side towards the Kurotai to try and heal up. Cleave comes through, though. Farming continues. Is the heal going to be good enough for the Kurotai, though? I'm not sure. Joan, she gets to level 3. The Knight count at 18. The damage has been done. Chrysal might be an age ahead, but he looks dead. 25 eco behind. Joan might be down, but the buyback almost feels imminent. Knight count remains at 14. And Chrysal has been well and truly hammered. Yeah, this feels over. Louis did throw away a lot of troops doing that, but he kept an insane number of Knights alive at the tail end of that fight, able to run away with 17. I think he reproduced about, 8 to 10 while that fight was going on. But the fact is, he's halfway towards teching. Chrysal now has a Kurotai play with just mass Keshiks. We mentioned how weak this can be. On top of that, the reboom is going to be swift from Louis, not from Chrysal. And once again, that Kurotai unable to use its influence in these engagements. In fact, Keshik's unwilling to fight as well. Getting textiles off that fight. Oh yeah, the classic. Ooh, I might need this. Not anymore, there's no point. He's 46 workers down since this game began. Some of them traders, of course, but a lot of them now villagers as well. And Royal Institute is now on the way. Yeah, kind of a tough one for Chrysal. I think Game 2 for me had to be kind of frustrating the way that one played out. This Game 3, though, Chrysal almost kind of gave Louis and Joan a bit too much respect. He needed a way in, or at least a way of applying pressure. Had he been attacking this wall, right, and forcing reactionary defenses, you wouldn't have seen Louis running across the map to snipe his trade as much. And that would have allowed Chrysal to get the eco escalation he needs to take control of the game. That never happened here because of Louis' raids. Attack up now complete. Veterancy for the Knights is coming in just 25 seconds. Speaking of which, that Knight count is about to be higher than the Keshik count. Even with a Kurultai buff, I wouldn't back the Keshiks to win this. That's going to come in. So idle time achieved there. But Joan, I mean, he's waiting for the veterancy. He doesn't want to win. He wants an emphatic win. And he times it perfectly to turn around, forces the engagement. Veterancy comes in. And that is going to be the 3-0 victory for Louis MT. Chrysor unable to do a damn thing about it. Yeah, clean series from Louis. Also, I just love how you kind of got some innovation in that game 2 with the Deli. Some of them maybe people would have done in the previous batch, but some of that's going to be even more insane with Season 9. This was just back to good old standard Joan. Oof. Yeah, so cool series there. I don't think that one was really uploadable, so it probably won't make its way rather to the YouTube side. But fun game nonetheless. Let's have a look here. So that's one series down. We have also got so maybe B versus Ezra. We've got there's Corvinus versus Denisia. And we also have there's a Myriad series, actually. I kind of want to check out the Myriad series. Is Denisia called Denisia on here? Yes, he is. I remember that was dragging the bracket pretty hard, his series versus Corvinus. Let's see what happened there. Okay, maybe it wasn't dragging it as hard as I thought. I was expecting to click on there and see like a 4-hour game. I think they just weren't updating the graphic the bracket really quickly. So do you guys want a Corvinus or a Myriad series? What is our preference? You want Corvinus versus Denisia then? Okay. Do we skip the games if they just look like they're fast and straightforward? What do you think? I think we'll come in on this one on game number 2. So we got Juji versus French. Let's hop in. Give me a sec, I'm loading it now. So first game, I'm just going to say, like, I'm going to skip the first game. The first game looked very, very straightforward and very quick. It's just Deli versus Abbasid. Deli, very, very content in that one. So that was a win for Corv. And we'll hop in on game number 2. Because this is where the series got quite interesting. Juji versus French is peculiar. And yes, these are played on the poop. Let me update the score. You are a dirty little troll. Oh, he noticed me. One and all, welcome back to the Competitive Age of Empires for Action. Live from the test server, your preview of Season 9. In an esports format, we've got Corvinus in the green playing as Juji, as you are a little dirty troll, going up against Denisia on the French. Yeah, Denisia's been a kind of surprising riser, right? I think I've been nursing him clawing his way up the ladder. Like, time of recording, he's ranked 127th in the world. He has been doing quite well. I think he's been overall, like, trekking upwards, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so Season 6, 800th, Season 7, 325th, and now he's ranked 127th in the world. A Kazakhstan player, actually, which is cool to see, as I don't think we've got any players currently competing from Kazakhstan. So we're hopping in mid-series here. Corvinus was able to get a win in the first game with a pretty atypical Deli build up against the Abbasid. Nothing special happened there. But the moment I saw that we had Juji versus French on a map like Hillendale, I got curious. Apparently, this particular series had quite a few twists and turns. So what do you guys think? French versus Juji. On a map like this, I tend to lean Juji, as French should really struggle to get into the base. But what could be really interesting is if Denisia is planning to go trade. Because this is a really good spawn for trade. It's a back corner trade post, and Juji are kind of immobile. They struggle to get on those flanks. Also, Juji did just get buffed with Season 9. A drastic buff, actually, at that, with Dali horses. The horsemen are a lot better. The problem is French is one of the civs that does not care about that buff. And we called it. It's Chamber of Commerce on the way. So you can still play French Knights. You just do it on a delay here. Other side of this, it should just be the atypical Meditation Garden. Looking at the spawn, that's not terrible, actually, if you can slot it. But he's going deeper. Oh! Wait. Really? I'm surprised by that. So Corvinus ignores the 48 food per minute in favor of 25 stone and about 25 wood. It could be a gradual TC play, but the awkward thing is that stone placement isn't great for TC spam because it takes way too long to get the resources to commit to a TC. So it's more likely that he just wants the hand cannon slip potential, which is really nice against knights, as most of your damage breaches the ranged armor, right? Hand cannon hits for 25, and knight has free ranged armor. Compare that to a TC that will admittedly attack much quicker, but has a base damage of 8. You're losing out on a lot more DPS from an arrow shot from a TC compared to a hand cannon slip from a TC. So, fast castle seems to be the course of action here. Denisia, in the meantime, is going to start prepping the knights. This is tough, though. Juji's legacies with their fast castle builds are a little bit weird against French, just because you open Shallow Monks and your opponent is going to have French Cav already, which is a counter to Shallow Monks. Where this can get really intriguing is if Corvinus goes into Dali horses with lances, because Dali horses gives a 20% increased attack speed to all your cavalry, and that should be enough to offset the Royal Knight's damage buff of +3. However, if Denisia finds a mirrored timing and gets towards Royal Institute, that's when the water gets muddied hard. And how much food do we have for this type of potential play as well? 21, he has already gone off to the deer. Sorry, 21, 10. My brain today. 10 sheep, meanwhile, other side, it's actually 19 sheep. So, Lancer spam plus Shallow Monks, in the grand scheme of things, Corvinus does not have a lot of food. First night is already arriving, so those hand cannon slips we talked about are coming through courtesy of the passive stone income. I quite like Meditation Gardens in the middle of the map up against French because they just don't have the immediacy to block their value, right? Remember, French Cav takes a long time to produce compared to other units. They are much more expensive than your atypical infantry. So, although you can eventually get 10 to reduce the Meditation Garden by 100%, it doesn't feel valuable to do so, and it takes way too long to get those units online. Shallow Monastery confirmed, so it is going to be a fast castle build. Other side, this Denisia is just scaling more knights, which I like. The logic here is, yes, your opponent is about to get premium lancers, but if he can't afford the numbers to contest you, it doesn't matter as much as you'd think. The other cool thing is if you're able to overwhelm lancers and pinch them because you have, let's say, 8 knights when he has 1, the cool thing you get there is you're able to stop them retreating, and afterwards you can just rely on chivalry to fix any damage done to your boys. So yeah, so far from Denisia, the plan definitely makes sense. Chamber of Commerce, he's already got 4 traders, and they should be bringing in a decent penny. We're about to find out. First drop-off. Wait, he's not switched them. All right, they are meant to be giving a pretty penny, but right now they haven't switched routes. At that distance, he should be looking at 60, 69? That's almost perfect length of map, so yeah, it should be around 69. But Denisia does need to realize that he's not optimally trading right now. First Lancer, first Shalamont does get queued up in the meantime by Corvinus. Now, this is tough. You could supervise the Lancer production, but this is not China. So you don't have additional Imperial officials to work with. Yeah, a little bit tough. One thing that's also scary about these new Chamber of Commerce builds is the way that Royal Institute interacts with them. Because you can get merchant guilds an age early. It's pretty ludicrous. This is the one that gives you 1 gold every 6 seconds from walking. It's a huge inflation to your economy at that point in the game. And remember, this would usually cost, what, I think it's $4.55? But obviously, Royal Institute gives a ridiculous extra discount on top of everything, right? You can see it hit 30% less. So you end up paying about 300 resources, roughly. Means that the tech, by the time you're getting it, is going to pay for itself in, I'd say, about like 2 or 3 minutes, maybe. Love that he's walling off, even though he needs to address the north side trade. First Lancer is marching up there. In the meantime, the Knights are poking and prodding, but an ambitious dive works up to nothing for Denisia. So 2 Knights down, nothing gained for it. Looks like he was trying to go for the Imperial official kills, which makes a lot of sense here, but kind of whiffed, and now in full retreat. The Knight goes down. Denisia, just unnecessary mistakes by the looks of it in the last 30 seconds. Starting to lose a little bit of map control as a result of that. The 7 Knight count to 4 doesn't really look that impressive when you remember these Lancers are an age ahead. The only upside so far is that there's been no room for green to shift into a blacksmith, so we're not seeing the Deli horsemen just yet. Can you call them horsemen, even those Deli horses? Undermesh prep is kind of intriguing from Denisia, so he's getting ready to dive again. Walls need to go up, but man, walls are just so difficult now. Have we got relics coming home? We should. Yeah, first one about to be dropped off, and he is getting that blacksmith, so this aligns perfectly. He's already stockpiled 500 gold. He's going to have plenty more coming down the line. Honestly, at this stage, you could have maybe even justified a temple to just spam out regular monks, just because you're getting to a point where Denisia has to react to your lancers instead of to the relics. But he's going to stick the course. More shallow monks queued up, and there it is. Dali horses, a 20% attack speed increase for all cavalry you own in the game. 250 resources, an absolute steal. Quick wall coming in from Denisia. You can build the foundations, but you can't really build the rest fast now. Denisia with the triple stables. Just trying to milk every single element here. You can see him going for the melee defense. He's going to need it. In fact, what Denisia needs right now is to find an outnumber, and this is a good start. Not the outnumbering, but the fact that Corvinus was not paying attention there. Second wave now coming in. This is not a fight that Corvinus can be a part of anymore. Right, he's just going to be able to shovel away. A little bit dangerous, actually. Like, looking at the night count, I'm just losing a bit of faith in the course of action Corvinus is taking. And he has got a second relic to grab over here. The other 3 aren't going to be easily obtained, though. And remember earlier, we mentioned that he was low on food. He's out. That's the last little bit left. He has to go out into the berries here, so only 1,500 more food, a.k.a. 10 more lances, and then he's dry. Meanwhile, Denisia is pretty cozy. He's setting up farms. The other really nice thing is, of course, you can just pivot and get food instead of gold off your traders. So that's another way you can pad your income, because at this stage in the game, food is harder to come by than gold. Club comes in, 2 villagers down just like that. Do the monks beat lancers even with charge micro? No, not with, yeah, definitely not with charge micro. In fact, I believe if a Royal Knight just full-on sends it in and gets the bonus damage, he can still beat a monk from full HP. The thing you have to be careful of is if you have 1 monk versus 1 knight, if you disengage to wait for a charge again, the shallow monk will heal. Remember, they heal themselves out of combat. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's weird that Corvinus is still trying to contest knight on knight. The window for that is kind of past. He threw away a few just trying to shut down the trade, and now he's getting cleaved down the center. Villagers all scrambled on one location and getting intercepted. Several go down. This is over. There's no coming back from this. Like, look at the difference. It's 33 to 57. Sure, you're an age ahead, but it doesn't really feel valuable when you're just spamming knights into knights. I think what you needed here was spears. Hello, Denisia. We'll just bypass that. Relic going to go on the way home, but instead the Shaolin Monk heads in to a very unfavorable engagement. And that's just more army you can't afford to be throwing away here. Lancer goes down, 2 Shaolin Monks as well. Trade, currently now at 12. Yeah, I think Denisia could probably just age up 2 minutes from now pretty cozily. It is reaching a point where Corvinus is kind of slipping back into the Lancer contention. But I think that's because some of the resources of the French has been going into active trade production, and he's also adding in farms. I think it's a rough matchup for Sushi. It kind of is, but on this map, I feel like it's not a terrible situation for them. The risky point is when your opponent masses knights and you've got Shaolin Monks. We are starting to reach that kind of mitigating situation, right? Like where your damage difference isn't that... It's pretty much at a point where you don't want to just keep attacking. So I feel like Denisia could maybe throw away an advantage now if he does continue to dive. Just because with that attack speed buffer, you know, as long as you're not getting outnumbered like this, Lancers can fight back. It's kind of weird he's still getting outnumbered this way. I'm wondering actually, where are these Lancers? Let's go second wave on the north side. So he split the group into 2. It seems like the goal there was to get a full surround, but Denisia just jumped in before it happened. So charge will come in now. She better club down a few. And at this point, the move that Corvinus needs to make rather is directly towards Denisia's base. He can't wait around here. He needs to send it in. Knight is going to dive onto the tree line. Let's give me another villager club down. The problem is Denisia just has a good enough influx of knights that he can peel one at a time to do this. And this is the irreparable damage in this game for Corv. Knights. Not quite, mate. You're going to have to burn through that. Counterattack is coming, but that's a lot of knights again. Win almost every time a French versus Sushi would trade. I think the nice thing is that it doesn't even matter if you don't get sheep, right? To a certain degree, because you can just get food here instead of the traders. So what I like to highlight about it, it's been slept on a lot in the early game. I've seen more players starting to do it. We saw Louis actually yesterday do it. The logic is that you can get huge amounts of gold in the early game safely here. Food might be a limiting factor, and this fixes that issue. We have got to pivot right over to the west side, so... The knights have been being kept out, but not for much longer, folks. Sheep loss? Oh, wow. No, yeah, we definitely don't get games now where people have 4 sheep. Definitely haven't heard players complaining about that in S-tier tournaments in the last few months. Second wall going up. Wait, he's walling himself away from the food. I mean, you're going to have to wall back here as well. Oh, no. He's trying to go for a counterattack. He's going to be burned through on the walls here. No reaction yet. Denisia hasn't walled himself off a second layer. Meanwhile, Corvinus surely should be able to do this in time. So wall is going up. It's a lot of other time, though, guys. Keep in mind, this is 2/3 of his economy. He goes straight after the marketplace. So, wait, what? I think Corvinus just lost the recovery arc. That's insane. Instead of heading into the base, sniping the farms. And sure, he doesn't know there's farms for sure, but he should know there's economy up here. Instead of taking that opportunity to hit villages, he just blocks trade. That's a temporary solution, not a permanent. And now Denisia, with Rule Institute on the way, he's going to have an answer to this Mats Lancer. I can't believe that. That's insane. That was the golden opportunity. That was the gift horse. And he stared it in the mouth. And I'm not sure he'll get another opportunity quite like that. Lance is patrolling around the base when he really needs to be in that base. Tech up now complete. Denisia should be looking to queue up the veterancy ASAP here. It's on the way. Will only take 30 seconds. Now, I can't promise to take 30 seconds, but I'll tell you what is worth doing. Clicking what's about to appear in chat. Go check out Protein Works, guys. I'm drinking the delicious salted caramel bandit right now. I think Denisia is about to make off with this game too like a bandit. Ooh, dive comes in. Villagers are going to be in a bit of a pickle, but there's return fire. Back at home. Corvinus needs to get out of his base just to stay alive. Lancers are coming home to address this, but these are not feudal knights anymore. They've grown up. They've matured. They are vetted. And they are ready and biting at the bit for a fight. This is not one that you want to be taking either. Corvinus trying to hold on, but not going to be able to do so. Meanwhile, in the base of Denisia, a lot of villagers, a lot of traders are being exodized from this plane. It's what happens next that matters. You're seeing right now, Royal Bloodlines is on the way. 35 seconds out. It's still a 20 eco lead, and they've both taken huge hits here in military. Corvinus will just keep trying to shrink that economy, but you're already seeing Denisia pivot out of his base hard here to try and keep everything alive. And he's committing in, guys. He doesn't care. He's going for the primary TC. These knights are chunky enough now with Royal Bloodlines coming that this is going to be difficult to stop. In fact, the only thing I'd maybe say Denisia needs to do different, he needs a few knights here, because the villagers could ungarrison and quick repair. Right now, half of the economy for Corv just not working. Denisia has been culled. The question now is, has he just got enough out of it already? Other question is, like, would spears have just been the way here for Zhuji? Was that the thing that was really missing? A second wave just being spears instead of more lances. Villagers are going to try to repair, but too late! Corvinus, he waited until the very last second there, and now there's nowhere safe. This is done. There's no coming back from that. TC down with only 40 eco. He'll shift out of his base for the time being, but the next wave of knights is building up at home. A wave that should be able to just flood across into the center area. Oh my god. I love the fact he leaves just a few knights here, just in case Corvinus was considering a rush repair. Oh, 4 relics does make up for some of this economy, but it has its limits, folks. Man, why be 4 relics for long? He's actually coming back for the landmark. No. Nothing but complete victory. Cancel outpost will be taken out. Other side, walls have been rebuilt. Denisia took some damage, but it doesn't feel permanent here. You can always reboom traders if he needs to. 1,500 stone. 1,700 stone. Good God. I think it's time for maybe a keep drop. Agreed. Like, getting gradual spears here is a sensible choice for Zhuji. I don't know if Corvinus was just thinking too far ahead and was worried about maybe Arbitraire, which spears just ruin. But the game was far, far away from that point, right? This was an ego challenge, night on night. Well, Corvinus likes to dub himself the Waterlore Master. Looks more like an apprentice there, not able to really do much with it. He's got one more to play with. But Denisia would basically have to have his PC crash for this to go through. What an insane situation. Denisia, a player we haven't seen much of in tournament play before. Corvinus is someone we've seen plenty of. He's not a top 8 player, but he's very talented. And yet, in this game, Denisia just seemed to have his number. I don't know if I'd say it had his number as much as Corvinus almost got stubborn with his comp here. Probably just trying to stress test just how good Deli horses are, but as good as it may be, against French Knights, there is no debate here. We're getting a game 3. I'll keep on that scene because I need to upload the draft. Best of 3s is what we're at here, Maisel. This round was the round of 16, so round of 16 was BO3s. So, We'll get the next game ready. Then after this, I think we might check out some Myriad games. I know why he's here. I know what he wants. Oh, whoops. That's a Myriad game. Whoops. Sorry, I clicked the wrong series. Give me a sec, guys. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Corvinus played a game where he just saw mass Deli Lancers and he was like, this is broken. It's kind of baiting, right? Because when you're up against the Feudal Knights, it's like a no-brainer, but the moment that tech comes out, that's where alarm bells should be going off. You should be thinking, okay, I probably need to switch over to Spears. But just, the boys seem to believe a bit too much. So, let me get this game ready. See where we're going to be heading here. I think there was an HRE pick, actually. So, if I glance that correctly, and it's not Corvinus with HRE, he's in trouble. I think Corvinus is about to become a human toilet. It's HRE versus Japan. On Lipany. How do you win that? So like, maybe before Fast Castle was good enough, but the problem now is mine work. I don't think you can beat mine work or pikes. Just tune in, the first thing you heard is Corvinus about to become a human toilet. I tune in and the first thing I hear is Corvinus is about to become a human toilet. That's a perfect way to begin the video. And an appropriate statement to make as we hop into the deciding game here. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We've got Corvinus in the green as the Japanese, going up against Denisia in the blue on the HRE, on the first tournament ever in Season 9. And here's why he's about to make him a toilet. Mine work is OP. And in fairness, Corvinus kind of set himself up for this pain. He may be the only player in our entire tournament here in the Preseason 9 Showdown to let HRE through. This is a ridiculous Civ. HRE, somehow already feeling like an S-tier Civ, got buffed with Season 9 because they have new options. Mine work is ludicrous with the new All Pikes tech. And if you push hard in Feudal Age, you can unravel any Japanese Castle Age plans. Yeah, it's kind of wild, actually, when you think about it. Because let's say this turns into a long feudal instead, which I don't think Japan ever wants to do. You're talking about a situation where you can get an extra 1 from melee and probably an extra 2 damage from having the bannerman. But HRE mirrors that with mine work. The only difference is they then have prelates buffing their rural economy. So numbers should favor them as well. So I think what's probably going to happen here from Corvinus is you might see him try to go for like the Uma Bannerman build. Which apparently not, 'cause it's not in stone. The alternative is you just go Fast Castle. He doesn't know why he left it. He said it's crazy himself. I mean, it is wild. I don't understand, like, what did he ban instead? Does anyone remember what Corvinus banned out instead? I can't see what would take priority over HRE. HRE is even more important to ban than Byzantines in tournaments. Byzantines are actually even more busted with the changes. So, Tech Up is about to come out. We're going to get the moment of truth here. Denisia. What a normie. Okay, I'm a little bit surprised by that. I think Mine Work just gives you a very clean end time, but there's nothing wrong with doing Arc in here, right? You can still get that push point in the Feudal Age if you want, or you can try to raise Castle. And your Castle would be quicker just because Arcan buffs so much. However, considering there is going to be an Arcan on the tree line, I think we are going to see him playing the Age, maybe just going Mass Archer, Mass Spears. And oh. So, if this had been like Rax opening, I really like Coca, but I think this is double archery range opening from Denisia. Which means that the only way this works out well for Corvinus is if he rushes for a stables, and he has 1 person on wood, which suggests it's not going to be an immediate stable drop. Instead, it looks like Corvinus is probably going 2 to 3 Shinobi before he does anything else. So Denisia might just already be on a kill path here with the opening unit type. And yes, Koka. Koka, like, I'm actually a really big fan of Koka. If you want to play Feudal at all, you have to. But it does once again come back to that idea, like, should you be playing Feudal? Like, with this type of spawn, could you just be rushing Castle instead? I guess the awkward part is this wraparound means that your gold isn't safe unless you double outpost. And when you consider H3 has a 40% better economy as well, you probably don't feel good about that type of investment. Guess he wants to counter the minework, horse and spears. Yeah, but then you have to scout before you make that investment, right? I kind of get where he's coming from, assuming the minework, because it feels broken now. I do, by the way, think that you can play Koka Township into H3 Arkan, but it just requires the right unit types to justify. And because Arkan usually opens with archery ranges these days, that's why it can struggle. But hold on. This is actually a good start, folks. It's Spearman first, so Denisia is going to lose this initial fight. Remember, Shinobi hard counter spears. Yeah, I'm wondering, does Denisia immediately follow up the archery range? That's what we typically see is the 1-1. I guess maybe his thought process is that if Green's going to play the Age, he's going to go for Uma Bannerman, as that's very popular for Japanese Feudal. And Horseman, I would say, is like the most built military unit for Japan and Feudal anyway. Outpost coming up. It also gives him more aggressive timing to arrive in the enemy base and poke at the gold. No archery. There we go. It's coming out now. Very weird kind of positioning from Denisia. I guess he just doesn't want to be gathering extra gold right now, but it kind of feels like, you know, you could argue maybe this hides what you're doing at the back. But the trade-off is you're further away from the front line. Shinobi gets revealed. All right, Denisia is going to be very happy he was that quick to get into the archery range then. So, Shinobi only. I'm pretty sure this is feigned feudal pressure from Corvinus to go castle. This is another thing that's made the Koka feel really nice, is you can buffer away pressure coming in very easily. And it's kind of like a military wing type feeling where while your opponent is reacting to your aggressive play, you can then do something greedy. With the Abbasids, it's going to be 2TC. With the Japanese, it's going to be Castle Age. And I think at this point, Corv knows it's Arkan. Because you would probably have seen all pikes already. It's ridiculous how valuable that tech is. Now that it's in the Archie, he definitely knows. Right? I actually think with Minework, you can just brute force mass all pike spears against Shinobi. It's kind of wild to think about, actually. It won't be the cleanest fight, but you can get away with it, and it gives you a push through towards the base. It also just means the next step of Horseman doesn't count you. Does make me wonder, actually, could Japan be all pikes with Yumi? Probably not, because then it becomes about Horseman, right? Sheep count Corvinus is 12. Only 5 for Denisia. But remember, he's Arkan buff, so he's been exhausting them fast. Well, Corv should have enough to be pretty confident here, then. And I assume this is going to be... Do you just mount Samurai opening? This is going to like sound mind-boggling, but guys, Yumi would actually be the correct way to play this. Because your opponent's entire army would get counted by mass vet Yumi. He'll probably just go Mounted Samurai. The logic is that Spearmen don't fare very well against Mounted Samurai, and that gives you easier raiding potential. And he has plenty of food to justify that. Not just that, if he ever gets out of his base, oh my god. This is a breeding ground over here. Flipping spawns are something else, folks. Huh? Temple of Equality has been on the rise, but against HRE. Now, if this had been the variant Civ, I 100% understand it. Ottomans, I understand it. There's a few Civs where I get this play. I'm a little bit flummoxed about the idea of it against HRE, though. Flown Gate felt like it was just the clear and obvious, right? I'm so confused right now. Rams are going to be on the way from Denisia, so Temple of Equality is apparently how he's going to get out of this jam against low base damage units. I mean, he can still go for the Mountain Samurai afterwards, right? So you can debuff the spears and then charge in. And in theory, it's a cool idea. In theory. I'm not sure if it's going to work out that way in practice, though. I have seen a few Templar qualities. I really want to defend this landmark because it can be good. I'm actually convinced it's going to start to come into the meta. But now, to just follow it up with archery ranges anyway. So if this is Yuumi, his timing just got stunted, right? The thing that makes the Yuumi Yorishiro drop so insanely broken is how quickly you bulk up to like 50 military units. Remember, Yuumi produce quicker than standard units. They take 13 seconds. So if you drop a Yorishiro in here, you're producing every like 5 or 6 seconds. It's an insane scale point. Same with the veterancy as well, right? You get it so quick. It's kind of interesting that he doesn't even bother to build a single unit. Happy with what he got, apparently. I mean, he got enough gold for what? Almost double Monk? Yeah, he's just shy of what he needs. The fact he's going Zen first means that the first Monk will be able to pay for the second. And he does have a sneak out opportunity here and here. I think what Corvinus done this for is the relics, guys. Because it's HRE, you know they're eventually going to get Regnets. So he's just trying to punish the delayed greed we see out of HRE. But Denisia has the right idea, man. Like, the counter to this, I don't even know if he scouted the Templar quality, is you just don't rush your age. Don't turn it into a relic race, turn it into a relic block. You see he's already blocking the safest relic. Ram in the meantime. Just shuffling through the base. Farm count isn't looking too bad for Denisia. How many are we in? 10 so far. And we have got more troops moving out to try and block any sneak out. So, Yuumi. You know that unit that I'm always like, hey guys, you should build more Yuumi if you want to build win your video games. I'm just going to delete those VODs. I never said that. It's the like, it is the correct call, right? But I question the scale point without Yorishiro's. It's been revealed so early as well. The Yuumi will at least be able to shove him away. But Men-at-Arms are already being prepped. I think actually for Denisia, this is probably the point where you want to go Castle Age. Just so you can get into some chunky Men-at-Arms. Maybe some Knights. Instead, I think Denisia is getting a little bit tunnel vision on the landmarks. Kind of like in that last game where you just sent mass Knights onto a TC. You might be seeing something similar in the coming minutes. What do you think, guys? Ones, if you think that Corvinus can pull this out of the bag. Twos, if Denisia is a god. I mean, he did pick HP, but... Castle's about to be coming in, guys. And considering the timing, considering the map control, I mean, there is at least one relic on the way home, but he just came through the wrong neighborhood. Denisia didn't see. It's the green camo. It's a landmark down. So he doesn't have to worry about the ninjas. Somehow Corvinus does not lose the Buddhist monk there. However, there's a noose wrapping around the neck right now. I don't know what those two villagers were doing. Oh, that's some weird pathing. Because it was here, I think they walked around the wrong side. So some unnecessary eco losses there. It's now 3 worker kills in total. Denisia about to go Castle Age with a good old classic Regnets. Yeah, no need to Burgrave here. He wouldn't get value out of Burgrave anyway. Remember, he already ate all of the sheep. I've got the Yuumi Bannerman. Only a +1 tech, though. Not enough gold to get the level 2. I think at this stage, what's going to happen here is tech will come out. You'll see Corvinus try to attack him, and he'll just walk away. Because most of your formation can just walk away, remember, due to marching drills. That's one of the frustrating things about playing HRE versus Japanese. Like, he was kind of forced into this Yuumi path because it was the most efficient thing to counter the army. But one of your big edges is mobility. And against HRE, you don't keep that edge. Second relic now coming in. So I reckon this is a 2-3 split. It should be fairly easy for Denisia to reach out for these. He hasn't actually started queuing up the prelates just yet, though. Veterancy for the men-at-arms is on the way. No veterancy coming for the archers, though. Looking at the food sources, you know, realistically, that shouldn't be a problem now for Corvinus to go towards. We'll probably see him shift towards the berries, because berry gathering is better than deer, remember? Because you have the wheelbarrow attacks, of which I believe he has got level 2. No. Only Tawara, no Takazaiku. I'm going to speed this up a bit. So veterancy is on the way. The awkward thing now is if both are blobbing archers, Mango's not the solution. However, these men-at-arms are a big problem. You do 8 damage with the bannerman in your range. Meanwhile, these guys already have 4 ranged armor. Soon they'll have 5. Your Yumi are going to tickle. You're about to turn these humans into hedgehogs. Let's go. Getting all the time in the world to prep for it as well. 3rd relic is already on the way home. So this is now 6 relics versus 2. Damn. I mean, it was a cool idea. I get where it's coming from. It's the denial play. Because if you go for floating gate, yes, you can have more military presence, but you won't be able to bloat eco. You won't be able to bloat religious units quickly, right? You'd have to drop a temple, and if you want to spam them quickly, but pay the 150. Whereas by going for this choice, the Buddhist monks are only 80 gold each. The problem was, Denisia was aware and didn't just back away for attack. Had he backed away for attack, then Corvinus is player's big brain. But because he committed continuously in feudal, it ruined what Corvinus was attempting. Now the 2-handed weapons also coming in, the level 2 ranged armor. And you have at least got the +2 piercing to kind of mirror that out. So 9 damage on the Yubi, but it's going to be 6 ranged armor on these men-at-arms. All going up after it got burnt down. Apparently, it might be time to fight Denisia. Slightly over-ambitious. The Wallo. Okay, now this is interesting. It doesn't feel super effective with Yumi, but remember, when you Wallo with the Buddhist monks, you give 20% more damage for 20 seconds. So some of these guys you can see have +4 instead of +2. That's actually a really cool idea. I've seen this leveraged on the test server for Mass Knights in particular. Because it's better on units that have higher base damage, because you get a bigger increase on that chunk. And it does scale with Bannerman as well. So Mounted Samurai is usually the way we see this leveraged. Not so much for Shallow Monks. Well, lol is going to be attempted, going to get sniped again. He's going to keep getting that damage buff if he keeps picking it up, though. However, it might not be enough to deal with the men-at-arms. For Wallo coming through. Wait, Denisia? He's tempting fate there. It's a cool idea, but I don't think it was enough in the end. The men-at-arms count. Done enough damage here. The Yumi count getting a little bit low. Archers are going to start to back away. Maybe, though. Okay. So that was enough to mop up the first wave. Denisia has got 8 more men-at-arms on the way. This is one of those tricky things, actually. I think the mistake made there by Denisia is he made that fight 10 times harder than it needed to be because he sniped the Buddhist monk who Wallo'd. Remember, if a Wallo doesn't complete, it doesn't go on cooldown on the relic. You want him to complete it before going in. Cool idea, though. Unfortunately, this... No. The timing couldn't get much more painful than this. The men-at-arms able to block out there. More villager deaths. And now, 11 eco lead for Denisia. The problem right now is I feel like we're seeing Corvinus do a good job of kind of defending and buffering away wave after wave. But, you know, there's always that classic feeling where when you play the game this way, it's almost like you're playing Black Ops Zombies. You're not playing to win, you're playing to survive. And survive is not the goal of Age of Empires 4. Now we have got the Spearman, Horseman rather, on the way, so... Oh, wow. Wait. Have the Onum... I don't think the Onomusha were revealed, right? He may have just glimpsed at them, but he was already prepping Vet Horseman. So Denisia, farm count is at what? Probably 16? 20. 20 and playing onto the deer should be enough to afford this. And if it's not sensed at all by Corv, he's going to have a big problem here. It's tough as well, because, like, why would you ever sense it? Why would you suspect it, right? You're just seeing archers, you're seeing men-at-arms, you feel confident about your counter. Once again, another situation where more eco being lost here. Love the focus fire there. Denisia just going after the economy. Oh, 15. Make that 16 eco lead for Denisia. Even more when you consider the effect of the Archon. Right? I think we've had about 30 villagers in range of this thing. Let's give it a 40% buffer, of course. Does Denisia just go into Imperial here? It's kind of starting to feel like it. He's flowing a lot of resources right now. He needs to reallocate if he wants to commit. I mean, we've got villagers moving out. It is going to be a keep drop. Okay, this has to be Ascendant then. So keep drop coming in. Sacred sites aren't really obtainable once really way too far out there on the west side. Walls are now up, so you can't easily access that area. The only problem is, you know, we're not an Imperial, so ensnare arrows being good siege weapons doesn't really count right now. And Corvinus' army is kind of one-dimensional. Now, in the old patch, what Corvinus is doing would be kind of a death sentence because mangonels. But mangoes suck now, which is why he's confidently leaning into this. I love the fact he's bringing the relic. I'm sure you're missing out on passive gold income, but the damage buff almost feels mandatory to even think about taking this fight. Boiling already being prepped, though, which is super sick against Yuumi. Remember, Yuumi have less health than standard archers, which means it's no longer lukewarm oil. It actually does sting a bit. I try to remain unbiased, but part of me wants this to work just so that these type of interactions are added to the game. I love what the devs tried to do with Japan with the Buddhist conversion. This idea of like Wololols being valuable in more than one way. Because right now, one big problem with Age of Empires 4 that I hate is relics just get picked up, put home, and nothing changes. That sucks. That's pretty bad design in my opinion. Especially when you have this cool idea of Wololols. And maybe what makes them so cool is they come out so rarely. Sure, I get that, but it feels like there should be a risk-reward element to them, whereas the only risk is initially picking them up. Once you've done that, it's always a reward. It's never a situation where you're going to lose it, right? Like, if you lose relics, usually the game is already over. Warp's now coming from Denisia. I do love the fact that we've got these raids coming in from the Yuumi. Remember, these move quicker than standard archers. Bad strike there. It's finally able to draw some blood, but not quick enough. Denisia now heading up into Imperial. Rune placements, fortifications coming in. There's going to be a Seek Shelter coming through. And the Horseman! Rohirrim's arrived! Where's the Wololo? He's so far behind. Remember, you move slow when you're holding the relic. Wololo is now going to get activated. We'll slow down the attack. Denisia has to wait for that to trigger. But that's now on cooldown. 120 seconds without it. And Denisia can now plow into the fight. Relic and Garrison Spring Defense can help even more. And I do not think we're going to see Mass Yuumi Wololo winning here. Corvinus, a big upset from Denisia. The HRE OP, and so is he. Age 4 committed to. The Yuumi mass has been obliterated. And Corvinus will find himself in the lower bracket at the round of 16. No one would have predicted that going into this, but I don't think anyone would have expected HRE to make it through the draft either. A firm reminder from Denisia as to why these guys are so scary, even when they're not doing the new broken Mindwork build. Good lord. That was pretty brutal. You say that, Bloomin. I actually quite like the idea of Mountain Samurai. You just have to build a Ford Monastery, because that's a unit that you Wololo, and then they run off, and they can actually use the buff in time for like a fight. It's kind of like getting a Cantled Saddles effect that way. It's definitely a bit tricky to navigate, but it can work. So, I believe Myriad was molding that we didn't cast his sets. Should we fix that now, guys? Because I am looking next at some good old... We could do Myriad versus Denisia. look at those series, see if there's any intriguing games there. Give me a sec, guys. Monks also reduce damage? No. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant the wall low. Yes, they cast to reduce damage. The problem quite often with Buddhist monks, though, is they tend to focus debuff the same units quite often, which makes them pretty bad for that element. That's why people tried them and then moved on really quickly. I think that game should be uploadable, though, right? Maybe? I don't know. It was intriguing what Corvinus was trying, but ultimately it was kind of stompy in the end, right? I don't feel like there was maybe one fight where Corv kind of won, but like it never led to enough, you know? So I wouldn't really call that a back and forth game. It was a very shellacky type game, a shellacking coming through. So let me get the draft for Myriad versus Denisia. And we'll see what we're working with here. Remember, these are best of fives now. So. There's so many links, Jesus Christ. All right, there we go. Let me load that one in then. All right, drafts. So English, yeah, dude, is like it has to be the Giga OP pick to go for. Abbasid's really, really powerful as a response. I like that from Denisia. China is a follow-up. I'm not too crazy about here. French is peculiar as well. Do like the Japanese. I love the fact Ottoman's just sneaking at the end. It might be Myriad's time to shine with that Civ, by the way. Ottoman's was one of his signature Civs. Back when they were kind of OP, in fairness. But it's by far one of his most comfortable Civs. Like, Myriad's got the most games on, like, English, Ottomans, and I think maybe Deli is the one that's crept up now. So kind of a good meta approaching for him, actually. You have to manually trigger the 50% damage? No, you A-click is auto. But you can manually cast, and like if you have the APM, it's worth doing because that's how you would efficiently debuff an enemy army. But it's so resource consuming in terms of like your APM. Alright, let's speed up the other game. Abbasid's Malian's pretty good for Abbasid's, right? Let's find out. 1-0, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. That's right, we are on the test server here. Games from the pre-season 9 showdown that we hosted on this weekend. And we've got a best of 5 set. Myriad versus Denisia. Opening game is going to be Denisia with the Abbasids in the blue. And Myriad with the Malians in the red. This is this a decent matchup for Malians? On paper, in terms of unit comp, yes. And the reason is because Camel Archers has become prevalent now for the Abbasids. But A, with a spawn like that, what the hell? But B, the problem here is that Malians hate civs that go fast 2TC. Because the old Fulani build just doesn't work very well against it. Your opponent scales eco too quickly. And it's even worse against Abbasids because Abbasids scale it even better due to this. Eco Wing and a Fertile Crescent gives them cheaper TCs. The Fresh Foodstuffs gives them cheaper villages. This is a really hard matchup for the Malians. The only thing in theory that is good for them is the fact that Abbasids that have been spamming Camel Archers recently will not do it here because Javelin's hard counter. But everything else about this matchup feels like a nightmare. Myriad, not trying to take advantage of anything new. I would have loved to have seen an outpost rush. I know I'm a psychopath, but hear me out. The Javelin emplacements are pretty ludicrous that you get from the trade network. So you drop it at home and then you rush across, and you can almost immediately afford to start spamming out the outposts and their defenses because the emplacements only cost gold, which you would generate from your starting pit mine anyway. But it looks like we are, sadly, not going to get treated to that. Maybe it's sadly, maybe it's a good thing. sheep count is actually neck and neck, but remember the Abbasids have all those surplus berries to work with on top of that, so they'll be feeling pretty confident. And in the fact that they are now going to be spending a pretty pathetically cheap 64 food per rotation of TC production, while being on 2 TCs, while the Malians will spend 50. It shows you just how ridiculous the Abbasid eco gets and how fast it scales. Myriad is going to be going into the Warrior Scouts here, right? And wait, is this Pro Scouts? I could see why he would want to. Double deer stats kind of ludicrous over there. I'm wondering if that is actually what Denisia is going to play for. It's greedy, and that's why you go for this Warrior Scout play, because even the first Scout is good enough to make Denisia think twice about doing anything but the most defensive TC. He's about ready to get that right. Last of the stone required, dropped off. 227 stone and 260 wood. It's insane how cheap these town centers are. And also the farms, right? Like just an extra 5% off. It's really starting to add up. 49 wood per farm means even if you run out of food, you can very comfortably and cozily now transition into mass farms. And it is Pro Scouts. Okay, so Myriad. Is this worth it? I guess you kind of have to do this. But, you know, it's still an expensive tech to get into, right? That's 350 resources. You're going to have to spam up the Scouts. The Scouts, I don't think, are going to keep much value as the game goes on. It does at least give you an efficient way of boosting your food, because you are going to be up against a scaling economy, right? I don't know if you do Fulani with this, though. This almost feels like it has to be Farimba to make sense. I could see Farimba being a sick way for Myriad to try and execute here. The logic being is you put all that food to good use, right? Whereas when you're going Fulani, it's like, okay, I'm not having to build cows to eat, but really what I need is more wood and gold. Let's see. Speed the game up a little bit more. Archery ranges are coming in from Denisia. Makes sense, guys. You might think that he's building archers into horsemen. He's actually building camel archers. And by the way, these also aren't horsemen. That's kind of one of the wild things about Warrior Scouts that makes Malians feel very different to most civs. Is like almost every civ has like this horseman that gets bonus against ranged, right? You don't have that as the Malians. Your bonus against ranged comes from your javelins. These guys don't get bonus against ranged until you get Castle Age. Yeah, it kind of makes them awkward. I remember a few months back, I think it was Recom, was trying to do these very interesting Warrior Scout archer builds in Feudal Age. And in theory, it's cool because Warrior Scouts are very cost-efficient tanks, but the DPS contribution is non-existent. So it tended to fall flat more often than succeed. I can't believe he's doing camel archers against Malians. This shouldn't work, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that the Abbasids lose doing this comp, but because now your opponent, I guess it's weird. Like Javelin and Donzo, you counter each other in that situation, right? Horsemen counter the Javelins, Camel Archers counter the Donzos. On the other side, Donzos do counter both of these units. Javelins counter the Camel Archers. The reason the Donzos counter both is that they can throw their spear, and that does get the bonus damage source, right? Still, Camel Archers aren't flimsy, right? 150 HP, they aren't flopping dead easily. Myriad, what in the everlasting greed is that? It's like it's an Abbasid player. They're never going to come out. Myriad just snatching away all the deer. He's almost brought them all home. So plenty of food to work with in his base, which is good because he's going to feel pressure quickly here. And it is the Farimba. We called it. Okay, this is sick. So do you go Javelin Ears, right? Well, because you can't go for the Freeborn. Because Freeborn are bugged right now, folks. Freeborn are meant to be an anti-range melee unit, but the problem is, while they have 5 ranged armor, they're also categorized as light melee, which means that they get countered by archers and camel archers. No, Myriad. No, you don't, surely. He's not going to do it, is he? Myriad, no. But you don't go Mansa Musafadi. There's no reason to. Your opponent's gone Mass Horseman and Camel Archers. Once again, Camel Archers get bonus damage against that. Please don't build the Freeborn. If he goes Freeborn, guys, mark my words, this will be the freest win an Abbasid player's ever had. Moment of truth is coming in. No! Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no! He chose the Freeborn! Oh, they're free to be born and immediately die is how that name lines up there. Oh my Gideon, I can't believe it. Wait, was that a misclick? Because he hasn't even started building them yet. We have a problem. He is actually queuing them. So 125 resources each. You're going to see the stats on these. The whole idea is that they are meant to be fast. And they are meant to be kind of a javelin in melee form, if that makes sense. But as I mentioned, they have this tag, light melee infantry. And guess what gets bonus damage against light melee infantry, guys? You ready for this? Camel archers. Also normal archers. It's just so dumb about them. Look at it. Like, in theory, it's a cool unit, right? +4 damage, 9 base, 5 ranged armor, and 165 HP. If you didn't realize that you're getting hit for bonus damage, this would look like a really good unit. The weirdest part, by the way, is that they don't have light written on there, but I've been told that the people have tested this, and archers do bonus damage against them. So there is a mistagging here entirely. It's fine for them to have melee infantry, right? Like, that makes sense. So things like Shinobi will get bonus damage, but same with Sofas will get bonus damage. But yeah, no, something was set up wrong with these units. And I think he's about to learn that quickly the hard way. Denisia needs to rush the gold. He's got plenty of food in reserve. More Camel Archers coming. Oh, if Camels do not get nerfed before Season 9, this Civ is going to be second ban-worthy. Dive comes in. Denisia. A little bit slow on the reaction there. So Myriad will start to farm him up. 2 villagers down. Make that free. Return fire's coming in, though. Check this. Half the army isn't here. It's abroad. So limited defender. I say half the army. Only 2 Camel Archers are in the base right now. He's going to dive on through. This could be big. And the problem here is it's 2 TC versus 1, right? You can't afford to lose eco. Denisia can. And this defense is proving effective enough, guys. There's not enough torch power here. This is a mistake from Myriad. Remember, there's a +5 fire armor due to the golden, to the House of Wisdom influence effect here. You get +5 fire armor, and these units are only dealing 17. So a lot of the damage being offset. Meanwhile, at home. Wait, the Warrior Scouts haven't been upgraded. They are not a counter to Camel Archers right now. Has at least got Archers coming out, and they are vetted up, which means the Horsemen are going to start to get eradicated here. And Myriad has done a great job of delaying age 3 from the Abbasids. So, although he didn't get that big hit to eco, what he's allowed himself to do is stranglehold Denisia in age 2 for a moment. Military wing now on the way. And Myriad, there was an army. You wouldn't believe it, though. Should they have heavy or light tag? They should have neither. But I think neither, like, an in-between doesn't exist, I think is the issue here. Because I can't think of another example where a unit would be classed as melee infantry, right? They're either light or heavy. Because it plays into the balancer system, the counter system. So this unit is just completely out of place, is the issue. So yeah, they need to patch that. I think they're aware of it, so it should be fixed by the time Season 9 goes live. But it's not fixed for Myriad's tournament game here, so have fun with that. Because the problem here is you can only choose one, and once you choose it, it's done. You only get another choice when you go Imperial Age. Military wing now on the way. 40 seconds out for Denisia. That's going to be perfect. Camel Riders will be a good counter here to the veteran Sofas. He has no spearmen either, so no direct answer to camels. Guys, camels are just broken. Can we just accept that? Like, we've started to acknowledge that, like, you know, obviously the camel lancers were OP, and now we're like, wow, camel raiders are pretty good. Camel archers and camel riders are really good as well. Maybe a little bit too good. What are the stats of Mansa Musafadi? I believe Mansa Musafadi was 4 melee armor, 125 HP, and 9 damage with 1.38 move speed. The Mansa Musafadi are pretty damn good. Like, we actually had a really sick game in one of our show matches. Mansa Musafadi versus All Pikes. Yeah, guess how that one came out. All Pikes is kind of broken. But the Mansa Musafadi looked like they were going to hold on for a second. The tech out complete. Camel Archers on the way. We've also got Golems. Another nightmare for the mass freeborn strategy. The other weird thing with freeborn... Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, yeah, they do. It's just the UI doesn't update. Yeah, I was about to say, you should be able to build these out of the Raxes, but you're paying a premium, right, compared to Musafadi. These guys cost 125 resources. I like the chat backing me up here. That could be the right stats. It could also not be the right stats. Those are the options. Poke at the villagers. He needs every little bit getting get right? Like, we're talking about almost a 40 eco lead for Denisia. And reminder, this is not your, oh, but the Malians have got Fulani. This is a Farimba build. Fun fact, I have yet to see a Farimba build work on Season 9. Fun fact, I am still going to yet to see a Farimba build work on Season 9. Oh, no. Oh, the Camel Archers counter the Freeborn. This is not how it was meant to work. Yeah, just to really emphasize it to people, these Camel Archers are doing 28 damage. No, sorry, let me correct that. 30 damage and then minus 6. They're doing 24 damage per strike against a unit that's meant to counter them. The Archers are a better counter to Camel Archers than the Freeborn Warriors. Myriad is starting to get into the Archer count, in fairness. The bigger problem now is the Golems. He has no answer to Golems. And, like, it's scary now trying to go Mansa because your opponent already has Camel Archers, which counter the Musafadi as well. Myriad now trying to get across into the Muso. Really, it's kind of awkward. It feels like you need sofas, but your opponent has potential to go into the Camel Riders, right? I mean, sofas are really good as a response to Golems because the double strike just doesn't really matter against that much melee armor. It just feels like Myriad on 1 TC without Fulani. How the hell do you ever afford mass sofa? And you're seeing him at least clean up the backside, but now the Golems are completely unanswered. So Myriad trying to switch over into those Musafadi. Wishes he'd picked the Mansa Musafadi, a real unit in this game. Don't worry, Myriad. I know... Okay, come closer, Myriad. Are you listening? I know how you can get the Mansa Musafadi. You ready for it? You've just got to get Imperial Age. It's that simple. Just go Age 4, forehead. Yeah, something tells me this game is going to end in Age 3. Myriad doing a good job of actually trading out the way he is currently. The Golems are beginning to just mop up the core of this army. The problem right now is Myriad just didn't have poison arrows ready in time. It's only now being prepped, so definitely feeling the pain from that. And Denisia, if I'm not mistaken, we're heading to Mass Archer versus Mass Archer now. This is kind of crazy, guys, because funnily enough, if Denisia had just done this sooner, he'd already have won the game. I've watched a decent amount of Abbasid versus Malians. There's a multiple set of reasons why Abbasids feel favored. At this point in the game, the #1 biggest one is their Mass Archers are better than Malian Mass Archers. Because although these archers have the poisoned arrow, that does not even hold a candle to composite bows. Have we at least got like 2 TC? Oh, we have. Okay, I wonder why Myriad wasn't falling further behind. So 2 TC just came online. If Denisia wanted, he could just go Imperial. And then Myriad would get to go Imperial, and we get to see Mansa Musafani. Oh, it'll work out. Probably not going that way, though. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way, but they don't upgrade for free. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I guess it would be broken if they did auto-upgrade, but Farimba feels kind of underwhelming. With Poison Arrow, should you A-move against MAA or Focus Fire? I mean, you're going to want to A-move just to stay out of range of them, because you want to start a step. And Focus Firing can kind of mess with the flow of that, so it's okay to Poison Arrow, like, start a step, but yeah, even then, you want something else that can break through men arms quicker. You'd be better having Musafadi. 5-batch Farimba back with the new stuff in it. That might be too good. It's a tricky one right now, I think, with Malians. I feel like you could do that, but you've got to do something to stop them from being so good at defending. Like maybe Javelins in Feudal Age only have 5 like range or something. Because otherwise you just have this tricky situation where they'll hunker down, they'll get Farimba, and they'll have Zerg and quality, right? Like that's the scary thought. Myriad, bless him. He's had this bit mine for a long time, but it is going to be brought down now. I'm going to speed this up a bit because he's trying to actually prep an army to defend with. The problem is his entire army structure gets countered by masked archers. It is kind of funny. I'm wondering if Denisia realized that Freeborn get countered by archers as well. Because if he did, I feel like he would have went for it sooner. This is probably the last stand because so far, Myriad has done a fantastic job of trading out. That ends now. You cannot beat mass archers here. Denisia just brute forcing his way through, almost double military, soon to be triple. Gulam's just not dying quick enough either. The poison arrows simply not good enough, and the Musafadi count simply too low. So we're going to be opening this series with a win for Denisia, but best of 5s, folks. So still plenty to come. I'm so sorry, Myriad, man. You know what? You know what we've learned from Myriad here is he needs to watch my stream more because we've watched 2 people already suffer from trying to build Freeborn. This is punishment for not catching enough of our live streams. Final push coming in. Myriad is just processing the defeat now. There's really no type of eco scaling that will get him back in at this stage. It's a 50 eco lead for his opponent. And without Fulani, these cattle ranches are pretty underwhelming. All right. Guys, I think Abbasids are really, truly going to get second pick banned in Season 9. I think they're just ridiculous. If not second pick, they're getting first picked almost every series. This Civ is about to be on top. Farimba is trash. Remember to subscribe. Oh my god. That was brutal. So, game 1 will go to Mr. Denisia. New Malian unit makes no sense. Oh dear, dear. Freeborn Musafadi rip apart Gulams though? Yeah, but now you're just making Myriad feel worse about not going Mansa Musafadi. So what kind of person does that make you, 42, huh? Way to really just rub it in the wound for poor Myriad there. He's sitting there going, oh no. Everyone knew but me. Yeah, kind of a rough one. Like, yeah, the Mansa Musafadi are really good. Javelineers are also not too bad in the right circumstance. I think the Mansa Musafadi are by far going to be the best choice, though. Is this for real? Yes, Matt, this is for real. Unless I'm a simulation. But how would I know? That's a good question. All right, anyway, so next up, we're heading into Baltic. Ooh. Do we even watch this? Might as well. Is this live or a restream? Damn, I should start doing restreams. You know how... Oh, that's such easy money. Why am I doing it the hard way and doing live, fresh content all the time? What a noob. I've got to get good. One second, sorry, I'll follow up on that later. Alright, let's go. Oh, it's Baltic. I don't think I never say this, but is Ibid's a throwaway surf here? I mean, Myriad has Juji. You want it to be out of the way. You know it's going to be coming here, but let's find out. Game number 2. Underway between these two. And we are, of course, going to hit the fast forward. So, Myriad with the Juji Legacy in the blue. Denisia in the red, playing as the Ibids. How does IU win this, actually? Like, on a land map, it makes sense what they do. They can just try to rush castle with a decent spawn. They'll get there. Camel Lancers carry you through. But on water map, Juji is just ridiculous. Meditation Gardens are also going to be good on this map. Usually, you can get the most important resources like here, food, gold, and wood. Works really well. Also, stone, food, and wood's not too bad, but I don't think you use it on Baltic. There's just not as much value out of Arrow Slits compared to, like, a Holy Island-esque map. But Denisia, I'm curious what the game strat is from him, because usually you just see Advancement Wing coming through. The problem with Advancement Wing and why Juji is so good against Ibids here is that Juji can get a comparative timing if they choose, because of A, their build speed, and B, Tang Dynasty giving a 15% discount to your age up. So you end up saving 90 resources compared to other civs. And that's kind of wild when you consider that the whole perk for Ibids is saving 250 resources. It's still well over double what the Juji are going to save. But the difference is that the Juji are getting a real landmark. You're just getting a quick attack timing. So yeah, keep an eye on these timings, because we're likely to see Denisia and Myriad more or less tech at the same time. And that's a scary position to find yourself in, because the whole logic behind these Advancement Wing plays is that you get your archer ship out ahead of your opponent, and then you punish them for fishing. But look at the numbers, folks. They do not lie. We still have 1 minute and 10 seconds until age up complete, and Myriad just started his. This actually might be Ibid's like hardest matchup on water, because that whole advantage window we talked about doesn't come into effect. Also, keep in mind, like, your opponent is going to supervise the lumber camp here to get 20% more woods. This whole idea of, oh, I save 75 wood per dock doesn't really play into the picture at all. You don't get your golden age that quickly either. It's not going to come in until age 2. Look at this, though. He beat him. He beat him by 3 seconds. Reminder, once again, Advancement Wing is your whole, like, the whole thing is, I will be there first. That's why it's been so popular on water maps, because if you're there first, you get an attack boat out, you set the pressure point. That's not happening here. So we're nerfing Juji on water, right? Wait, what's the discussion coming in? Yeah, I'm casting the games that are have not been cast, because we follow a path through the games. There's so many going on. For those who don't know, this is something I frequently do with tournaments that happen on the weekend, is we will usually use Monday and Tuesday to cover all the sets that did not get cast. Because there's so many incredible players, so many talented players with incredible games, it doesn't feel right that they don't get seen. So we do what we can to help with that. So trades coming in. Demo is shoving pretty aggressively here. Myriad is going to back up to give way. Demo. Should be able to get a connection here. Myriad. The very last second, and now the turnaround. Oh, no. That is a sore defeat in the opening battle there. In a matchup where you already are meant to be ahead off the back of Advancement Wing, you now see that Denisia is behind. Myriad taking a lead. Meditation Garden is also adding in, what, 82 extra resources a minute. I cannot believe that demo ship did not connect on that low HP Springald. Sometimes demos are a weird experiment in this game. It just feels like you can just basically be on top of people and just go blast blind. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Denisia might have manually detonated, and I have noticed that manual detonations are unreliable in AoE 4. We know what is reliable? The nutritional value of those drinks right there. Oh, that looks so good. Protein works. Click the link. Check them out today. Oy, oy, oy. Double archer chip. I think we're about to see Denisia check out of this one. Oh, he can't afford to stay the night in Baltic. GG gets called a very quick strike back at Myriad in the second game of this best of 5. Oh my god. Well, that was quick. Yeah, I don't think that's upload worthy for the YouTube side. Sorry, Myriad. We'll never know if you won the games. Wow, wow. Gotta test them on water. I think, yeah, like, the more I think about it, I think Abbasid is like the ultimate count, like, usually rather the ultimate counter to Abbasid on water, just because, like, advancement wings are redundant. You have to do it, but you're just losing because you do it. Oh, Jesus. Of course. Okay, I'm gonna... Let me double-check the draft for something. This is very important to me. I'm gonna predict that Myriad drafted Hillendale. No! It wasn't... Okay, apologies then. It wasn't actually Myriad. It was Denisia. I'm getting flashbacks to that Ottoman English game between Myriad and Voldemar. You know, I was half tempted to just take Hillendale out, but I was like, nah, I'll leave it there for them. So for those that don't know, we had a 22 map pool draft for the players to draft from. And they would draft 6. Some people call it silly. I call it variety content, baby. Alright, let's get ready to go. Mirror's an ex-English main? Ex? What do you mean? Wait, what? Do you want to try again, Crackety? He's also an ex-Ottoman main, remember? I'm sorry, I definitely don't enjoy it that much, but I don't hate it. You mained Ottomans in English last year. wait, we're addressing that one live. I definitely don't enjoy the late game, but I don't hate it that much. Myriad, you were an Ottoman English main for 2023. Your statement is a lie. All right, anyway, let's get into the game. Welcome back, one and all, to Competitive Age of Empires for action. It's game number 3 of this best of 5 between Myriad, playing as the English in the red, and Denisia in the blue as Order of the Dragon. Fun one, actually. An interesting matchup. Order of the Dented. Stocks are rising, folks. I've been more and more impressed by this Civ and the way it's been functioning the last few months. I think really big shout-outs go to people like Anatan comes to mind as a key person who start to show ways that the Civ can be more threatening. But we're on a map like Hillendale, which means we're likely to be going deep into the game. English could try to end it fast, and that is the way you would do it. Council Hall opening coming in from Myriad. Now, what Myriad's trying to do is punish the inflexibility of Order of the Dragon early on. Order of the Dragon kind of suck at these initial transitions because everything's so expensive. So, you know, the idea of going 1-1-1 is quicker and more efficient for like English, France, all these type of civs than it is for Order of the Dragon because you have to stockpile so much resource before putting it into action. However, when you go Council Hall like this, you're going to need to follow up very swiftly with Raxes. Otherwise, you're basically feeding the opening play to Order of the Dragon because they'll just go Horsemen. Love the fact he did move out to the deer. Both sides have done that. It's kind of funny because some players like to shove in the deer, and I would have maybe expected that from the English, but you can eventually turn this into farms anyway. Order of the Dragon, it's kind of more atypical to keep shifting your eco out. Stables is coming in, so we will see the counter on the way. We're going to stick on the 2x speed for the early game until we start to get to the pressure point. Myriad, kind of surprised he didn't immediately add in the racks here. Surely you'd anticipate. He has now scouted out what's coming, and that means we're heading back home. Yeah, this is kind of rough, right? You've added 3 Lombos already. This is meant to be your tempo timing, but it's already been eradicated. He's going back for the racks before he tries to move. And the horseman, in the meantime, will be able to chase down the scout. Now, remember, this is like being hit by 2 horsemen. So the scout should be able to survive because Myriad started to back off straight away. But he'll pretty much be at death's door. I think Denisia is now going to take this opportunity to hunker down because it looks like this should be a Castlage rush out of the dragon. Can Myriad actually still make the timing work here? I feel like on this map, if you have to pull the longbows back, it's already too late. And something funny was happening yesterday, guys. I don't know if you noticed the pattern, but bar one English Council Hall game, every single English player that went for a longbow opening basically ended up retreating. Actually, I think even the one that was a win for the English, yeah, every single Council Hall opening ended up with the initial longbows just walking home without doing anything. Council Hall is just so weird to execute at the moment. Even more so when you consider maps like this where there's already those natural defenses and Denisia rushing them up. Remember, it's Order of the Dragon, so you build your palisades much quicker than other civs. In fact, is that a UI bug? Yeah, that's a UI bug. It says 3 seconds, but I'm pretty sure there should be 5 seconds. And oh, mistake made there. He went for a more greedy wall instead of taking the further one back. So more walk time, a bit too much walk time. This gear does have the next unit coming out, though. Gilded Archers are on the way. And there aren't that many spears forward here, folks. Second wave is on the way, but Defender's Advantage should give Denisia a window of opportunity here. I say that. He's overly hesitant to commit to it. Great micro there by Myriad. He's putting as much damage onto these Gilded Archers as possible to make the follow-up fight extremely difficult. Yeah, and what you're seeing here is Denisia learning the hard way why these loose production buildings only work when you control the game. Think about the games where you watch a Council Hall built far away from the TC and how quickly the player loses the game. It's kind of similar here. Gilded Archers do move in. Able to snipe up part of the anti-cav, but 2 spears still here. Denisia, I think what he's probably looking for is a timing where the archer comes out and he jumps with the other 4 troops. Because if you wait any longer, let's say Myriad was trickling troops, this would kind of be over. Kind of weird, actually, that Myriad waited so long. He was paranoid that the horsemen were going to intercept, which is understandable. Had he been trickling troops, he would have been too big to assault here. But now this gives an opportunity. Denisia marching out. Horsemen are going to jump in. Spearmen have to react. So the Gilded Archer is going to get in range, but great micro again. Myriad taking advantage of that high base damage. And Horseman still having to contest with that one. Spearman, I think he might just commit into it. Actually, dives by. Okay, this kind of can work out still. Denisia is an expensive defense. But now, with a second Horseman coming in, the expenses are going to be billed the other way. So a wave of spears do arrive, so will be a backup for the time being. But Denisia, a good timing in there, and we do have Undermesh now on the way, and this is a big deal. Myriad doesn't have Blacksmith techs yet. He's fixing that now, but the difference does mean that Denisia should be able to take a fight where he'll have Undermesh and Myriad won't. In fact, this skewed Blacksmith timing is really important, guys, because it means there's 2 opportunities, 2 windows in which Denisia can take favorable fights. The first one is Undermesh versus no, and then the second is Steel Arrow Undermesh versus 1 from Myriad. What do you guys think? 1s if you think Denisia is going to take this one, 2s if you think it's Myriad. And the Gilded Archer's idea is cool. It just always feels so awkward to reach the mass to take a real fight. Because the problem is, if you go too early, longbows are always favored in smaller numbers, because by the time you gap close, you're already almost dead, right? And then they always just keep stepping on the edge of range, so this superior attack speed doesn't matter as much because you struggle to stay in range for it. Myriad does have the Steel Arrow on the way now, so prioritizes damage over defense. Kind of interesting. You'd think, considering that he's up against the Gilded Archers, maybe he'd want to protect with Undermesh more, but it's just about the fact that he's primarily longbows. He wants to try and breach the issue. And because he doesn't have many Spearmen here, the Horseman now with the Undermesh, taking an insanely good fight. Myriad about to lose the forward army, and the second wave coming in might need to retreat as well. This is no longer an area you can stand in. Yeah, great timing there by Denisia. Now up to 6 Gilded Archers. This is the point where you can easily just break out. Horsemen count at 4. Spearmen are front lining, but they're not going to do so for long. There's only 1 left alive, and now this should be a pushback across the map. Myriad will end up with 8 less Lombos, a dead scout as well, and I don't think you even want to bring these new troops in. This is getting kind of expensive for Myriad. I think the tough part here is just these horsemen are so bulky. Even when they dent themselves into 2 or 3 spears, 250 HP is a lot to break through, even with bonus damage. That's why you see him even willing to kind of A-click into them. So great read, great defense. Denisia now likely to just back up and consider castle, because I don't think you'd expect Myriad to try and double down at this stage. He should be a few farms in. Usually an English players contempt the idea of playing more of a macro game when this happens. The reason for that, by the way, is now with this pressure relieved, you can see the walls are actually going to go up. So you won't have the same level of options that you had last time as the English. Myriad has indeed killed 3 Gilded Villages. But I think that's why you just hunker down, right? Like 3 villages is more like killing 4 in a 1TC and 1TC. I'm not sure if you should be scared of playing castle here against dragon, right? Gilded crossbows are a little bit annoying, but you do still have the option of lombos, which is a great counter to that. Your men-at-arms are really beefy. Gilded knights can be a little bit annoying, but on this particular map, I don't rate them highly because the walls are so easy to achieve. I say the walls are easy to achieve. Hold on a sec. Uh-oh. Myriad needs the quick wall. He's not going to realize quick enough here. It's too late. He gets in. So Myriad tries to run away, but 15 base damage. No chance. This is really scary at this point in the game. When you're playing against horsemen as English, your villagers can't protect you at all. Normally, you see like 2 horsemen, shivs out, stab them, right? But with the English, the annoying thing is they use their bows, and these guys have ranged armor, not melee armor. So really kind of a tricky situation. Reckon it's now on the way. In the meantime, villagers are going to try for the quick wall. Wait, no, get out of the way. Get out of the way. Go, quick! Horsemen, they can burn through. Wait, but Denisia, a bit of a miss micro there. He just chooses to take the kills instead. So snipes 2 of the villagers. We'll be able to run away with 2 more horsemen. Now, in fairness to him, that's an expensive loss of cavalry, but what he's doing is distracting. Behind this, Regnitz is on the way, and he still has Cav alive in the enemy base, which means instead of Myriad moving out to block the real win condition, he's dancing around his own base. Alrighty then, so tech up complete. Myriad is about to mirror. This will be King's Pass, folks. So differing win conditions. One is looking for relics, the other is just looking to boom eco. But the beauty of that for Myriad is it means that he can contest relics simultaneously while getting his real win condition of more villages. And he's in a pretty good position, right? That this relic's pretty safe to grab. Central one maybe as well. Because Denisia has opened not with Gilded Knights. He's gone for the crossbows. Makes a lot of sense, right? Like, I don't think you can begin this age with Knights because of what we mentioned with the walls. What's curious is the fact that Denisia has set up double racks at the very back of his base where it's likely to not be scouted. I think he's baiting him, which is really bloody crafty from Denisia. Because if you see Gilded Crossbowmen, you're going to react with additional Longbowmen. You're going to stop building men-at-arms. At that point, Denisia can just build his own men-at-arms. A little bit of mind games going on here. Love it. King's Pass, in the meantime, is going to be coming in. Miro drops it on the stone. Kind of an interesting idea, right? Like, most of the gold is in the center of the map. You only have a 4K on the high ground. So I kind of like the idea of just rushing the stone and dropping one towards the sacred sites, maybe even just here in the center of the map, to secure some 8K, but also to block this as a win condition. Free TC English? I feel like free TC English straight away is greedy. If you do free TC English, your opponent is going to get all the relics. You could do free TC English if you think he's going Imperial, but not addressing the relic threat first feels like a mistake. Speaking of which, Denisia is going for the most aggressively located relics first on the flanks. Good archers in the meantime are going to be found out. Now, funnily enough, Denisia could actually still use these archery ranges to just get scale armor and play mass archers. Because remember, that will give you the +3 range resistance against Lombos. I got a bid for 4 TC. I got a bid for 4 TC. Have I got 5 TC? Sold to the man in Bronze League. Interesting cut from Myriad. He is hunting the right area for these relics, just unfortunately the wrong time. Denisia also now just gathering the flank. I believe that can be seen by Myriad. Might just suspect it, so begins to talk through here. Meanwhile at home, we now have Gilded Knights being queued up. It's not a big threat of spears here, only 4 in total. In fairness, I said the Gilded Knights suck for getting into the base, but the thing right now is he doesn't need to get into the base. He needs to address the mid-map, and that's where the Knights can be valuable. Flizzard with repair, maybe a little bit too late or not. It looks like they bought enough time, so Gilded Crossbows are now here. The Men-at-Arms die so quickly to this. That one MAA will be able to hold back an entire army. Meet King Leonidas. Yep, you guys didn't know that, but Leonidas was definitely German. The reroll coming in should be just quick enough before the Lombos arrive. Remember, they nerfed this. It takes double the time now to build up these walls. Should be able to do so nonetheless. Especially considering Myriad was a bit slow to attack. Ooh. Well, Relic is going to be denied, but it's a lot closer to Denisia's base now. On top of that, we already have one banked, a second one coming in soon because Myriad was a little bit too slow to cut him off. Well played. So it's looking like a tough situation. Myriad is now playing into Monks himself, but I think we have got probably a 4-1 split here. Crossbow's now marching out to deal with MAA. Lombos will be able to exploit that detail, but the heavily armored units now have to be ignored, which means, although it's a good trade in the fight, the follow-up is going to be relics going the way of Denisia. Yeah, it's tough. Myriad is now trying to switch into crossbows, but he's completely out of position with that element of his comp. With Knights also arriving, things just kind of get more ugly. Arms just able to get on the clash. Armor clad is not going to matter. Not against units that hit this hard. It's like trying to hold a pillow up to soften the blow of an 18-wheeler to the face. You're still going to be roadkill. So effective. Like, what, we got maybe one crossbow arriving soon-ish? Pretty much just to throw away the remaining Lombos to try and trade out with the crossbows, which is pretty efficient from that perspective, right? These guys cost 240 resources, only 90 for Lombo. So good that he's getting the trades while he can, but the bigger price is being levied elsewhere. I think we have a 5-relic game. It's going to be tight because the Men-at-Arms are still alive, so Myriad needs to pivot south side, and he just ran over a sacred site, revealing the Monk. This is tricky now, because if he does shift south straight away, he might be able to intercept, but it looks like Denisia didn't really register what happened there. So the good news for Myriad is it's not a 5-relic game. The still pretty bad news is it is 4 Regnit's relics. Man, Gilded Men-at-Arms are so damn good. They almost look memeful at times, but then once they get in range, you realize how lethal they are. Anytime the fight stands still, these guys win. Yes, they don't have heavy maces, but contemplate this. They have a better attack speed than standard Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms attack every 1.38. These are every 1.12. And they, of course, have higher base damage. Units are insane. How are we doing on the farm transition from Myriad? 3 deep so far. We're going imp, guys. I think it's undeniable now. It's going to be Denisia that dragged us there, and Myriad who then follows. He's not in a position to end the game, and he's not really in a position to greed straight away himself. So you'll probably see Myriad try to brute force this, But when he encounters the sprint emplacements, he'll back away. I almost feel like I want to say mine work should be the way that you get the better buildings with relics garrison inside. It's insane how often Regnitz gives you such a free mid-game as HRE and Dragon. And it really does feel free, right? In terms of pressure, because you can't really contest with these outposts at this stage. Your army's not big enough. And then also in terms of resources, because you've got 4 relics generating a pretty ludicrous 640 gold a minute. We are indeed seeing a stockpiling resources, but Denisia isn't ready to go H4 yet. This is an intriguing choice. I thought he'd just jump on it. They nerfed it in the pop. Yeah, but they didn't really nerf it that much. They nerfed the armor value on TCs, right? Not TCs, sorry. What it keeps? Oh, sorry, I think it's in general, because it used to be 25 armor, it's now 12. But the only other thing they nerfed was the vision. Which is fair, by the way. The vision is just broken as all hell. Even now, it's still ridiculous. Look how much of the map this one outpost is scouting. Yeah, damage is untouched. The other thing, of course, is going to be the range that's been untouched. Like, you've got a sprint emplacement here that has more range than a cannon. It's ludicrous. Oh, good. I can moan about a relic and a keep soon as well. We've got a secure on the west flank. Smart move there by Denisia because he's going to need gold long term. But he doesn't want to directly clash with his army, especially considering Myriad has the forward outpost with the aura. Okay, so things becoming a little bit entrenched here. I mean, Denisia doesn't look like he's getting ready to come out. You know if he was because you see a siege workshop. There's no way you tried to brute force through here with that outpost kind of lingering. There's also just a risk that Myriad is going to drop a key, which would make a lot of sense to secure the gold. All right, what do you think, guys? 1s for blue winning, 2s for red. Because we are inevitably going to go Imperial here. You can sense it. There's not really an army advantage that ends the game yet. And I haven't seen any major slip up from either player that would suggest that that type of edge will be given over here. People banking on English in the late game. So, interesting thing about English versus Dragon. If Dragon gets 75% of the gold, they can win that matchup very easily. If they get gold starved at all, it's game over. Pass comes in. Horseman dive to the backside. A few men-at-arms are there to try and intercept. The attack speed aura has been activated, but a good start to the fight for Denisia. So many gilded crossbows. It's going to start shoving through. The men-at-arms are getting cut down, but it's just a raw ranged advantage right now for Denisia. 18 gilded crossbows and climbing. Extra outpost coming in. Myriad just realizing the mistake there. Beginning the fight without the aura was a big no-no. You know, one thing that I think is missing for Denisia that would make this so much easier, by the way, is he hasn't gone for this. Inspired Warriors would be huge. I actually think it's such a sleeper mistake to not pick this up now, guys. The armor and the damage is huge. Remember, you're up against crossbows that eventually will end up crossbow versus crossbow. So having the +1/+1 means a 2 damage differential on top of what is already a 4 damage differential. That's before we talk about attack speed. Remember, gilded crossbowmen basically have crossbow stirrups in them. Even on the men-at-arms side, though, an extra little layer of defense there, plus the 1 damage means you've got your own version of armor-clad if you were the same men-at-arms, but you're already a better form. So, yeah, I find it kind of baffling how often people forget about this, because Order of the Dragon, I feel like 80 to 90% of the comp options, it's desirable to go for Inspired Blessing. With HRE, it's more forgivable, because the reason is that although the buff lasts longer, which, by the way, makes it even more required and justifiable, the reality is when you play HRE compared to Order of the Dragon, you have more entities, so you would need more prelates to buff your army with. But big reminder that I'm pretty sure the Inspired got buffed on military units and not just eco units for normal HRE. So it's even more efficient for them as well. Apparently Denisia is not interested in anything I have to say. Pass the Swiver on the way. It's like, just imp him, mate. There's a 40 eco lead for Myriad. Just look how close the numbers are, though. Also, keep in mind, Denisia just used, what was that, like 10 villages to tech up while doing this. Just shows you how good Order of the Dragon Arcan villages can be. And how powerful the Regnitz is. Myriad is going to mirror now. This should be Wingard. Wingard is the winner. Boom. So, kind of crazy thing here, guys. Do you want to know why Wingard is so damn good in this matchup now? You know, I talk about all these subtle buffs for certain civs with the changes in Season 9, especially around University. Here's one of them. Elite Army Tactics was kind of an indirect buff specifically to Footmen. Footmen have more health than standard men-at-arms. The trade-off is they have around the same effective HP in melee because they have less melee armor, right? New Elite Army Tactics gives you +4 melee armor, but you still have that giant pool of HP. So the difference between you and standard men-at-arms is huge. In fact, these elite gilded men-at-arms have 340 HP. And if I remember correctly, I think it was 285 HP for the Footmen. Difference being that that's 1 pop versus 2. So they're actually quite closely matched. The other nice thing now is because you can see that Denisia is prepping Horsemen, Footmen are even better. They get bonus damage against Cavalry. Mirrored with 1,500 gold could have gotten enclosures right now. Yeah, but you want your army ready. Like, getting enclosures means you're going to take a bad fight. You already teched later. So if you wait on your elite techs, there's a risk your opponent dives you and you lose a big fight. I'm fine with him delaying enclosures to ensure the kingdom survives. And you can already see the pressure mounting up. We've actually got Corvinus coming out. Why is he building this? There's no seat. Guys, Corvinus are different now. Corvinus are the bombards of Corvin civs. They're not very good at killing infantry anymore, though. I'm kind of underwhelmed by that area of their performance. 40 damage is so pathetic. Although the rest of the army is most definitely not. This pushing is sick. Landsneck also got buffed. Army is getting swept through quickly here. The Gilded Crossbow count is out of control. 22 on the back line. Myriad is not going to be able to hold this area. Skrill already gets sniped out. Keep being brought low here. Soon to be dead. Even a trebuchet to make it quicker. Myriad is going to have to vacate the area. And this is bad news, folks. Remember, gold is all in the center on Hillendale. You can't afford to give full way. Doesn't have much of a say in it, though. Army absolutely eradicated. And what's scaring me as well is the position of the Wingard. He built it on the front line, essentially. And all of a sudden, we see a switch in choice. It will not be the Footman now. Instead, opting for the Rangers. Now, remember, Rangers are busted as all hell against crossbows. You have 9 tower range by default, but there's a new tech in town, folks. In the University, for every civ, there's a bowstrings tech that gives +2 range to archers. That means Wingard Rangers can get an absolutely ludicrous 11 tower range. Reminder, that's the range of this Culverin. So now Myriad just needs to buy time. As long as he trades, but his Ranger mass doesn't die, over time he should be favored. I also love the Hand Cannoneers. Hand Cannoneers got changed now, guys. There's a new unique tech for them, the Serpentine Powder. It gives you +8 damage against melee infantry. On top of that, it will give you a 30% movement speed boost, so you can kite them quite effectively. Yeah, Hand Cannoneers, I like that they've done that as well, because before, if someone reached 40 Hand Cannoneers, it was GG. This was a design choice to make it not just feel like the game was already over. It means that Horseman is a viable counter to mass Hand Cannoneers in late game, which was a much needed change. I lost count of how many times I would stupidly have to watch 50 Horsemen charge into 40 Hand Cannoneers and just flop dead. Wild. So a lot of gold access still for Myriad. Denisia had done a good job of brute force in the center. He has access to gold himself, but he hasn't denied his opponent. I'm wondering if Denisia tries to get into Hand Cannoneers himself, because you are up against men-at-arms, and the Hand Cannoneers are now the ultimate counter. Remember, Elite Army Tactics does not give you health anymore. So you're stuck with 180 HP against a 35 base damage unit that gets buffed by an extra 8. In fact, it's even higher for the Order of the Dragon hand cannons. Keep going up. Big damage on it already, though, so just going to have to keep pushing against this. And Myriad, does he still not have enclosures? Yeah. Still has forgotten it. I think at this point he may have forgotten about it. I mean, it's definitely worth it now that you're up at, what, 39 farms? Or raid to the flanks. We have got a university, and there's the tech I was talking about. It's so cheap as well. Silk bowstrings, you'll get an extra 2 range on your archers for 800 resources. Sadly, it does not work for the villagers. Okay, this is pathetic. Myriad. Myriad, please. All right, he does pull for the repair, right? All right, there's a big push going on. We should focus on that. This is kind of wild, actually. Myriad may be overextending, but he does get the break in quick enough. Denisia didn't react. He was out of position. The stone wall blocked him. And Myriad made the dive because of that. Seems hesitation has set in, though. He doesn't like the cannon emplacements he's countering here. Another kind of crazy thing here, guys. The nerf to elite arm tactics is an indirect buff to static defenses like cannon emplacements and spoon emplacements. Cannon emplacements in particular will now mop up mass blobs of melee much quicker. Backstab in, the Guild of Crossbows should be able to carry him through this fight. Hand Cannoneer are mopping up that front wave of men-at-arms. Crossbows are going to keep their distance. Attack speed aura is going to be there, so Myriad, that's crazy. He's actually winning this fight. Denisia a little bit too late to defend and also relying a bit too much on the men-at-arms. He needs horsemen. He needs horsemen bad here. Oi, oi, oi. Denisia has at least got the castle to retreat towards. However, what scares me is this number creeping up. The Rangers will be the MVPs the longer this game goes. They've got 9 tower range. Enclosures is now finally on the way, and hopefully alongside it, we will soon be seeing either incendiary arrows or silk bowstrings. Looks like Denisia is going to be playing into his own range. We've got archers on the way. Scale armor being researched. He's going for the bowstrings. Jesus. Guys, he's about to be a better longbow. Remember, you are already at 5.5. You're about to go up to 7.5. Your base damage is the same as a longbow at start, but your attack speed is almost half of what a longbow's is. This is the first time I'm going to get to see Silk Bowstring Gilded Archers, and I am excited, man. In theory, this unit should feel really broken. Because they just kind of Gatling gun people down, and Mangoes just aren't a solid counter anymore, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that, because I think Mangoes did get the damage increased while having their AoE decreased, so in theory, they're better against Order of the Dragon. Because although you're not hitting as many units, obviously the power of those units are condensed into a smaller number. Even that, though, like 7.5 tower range, Mangoes, correct me if I'm wrong, they're at 7 tower range now, right? So you can just snipe them. I do think Denisia is dropping the ball by not having Inspired Warrior still, by the way. It's crazy that we're this deep and it's still not crossed his mind how valuable that is. Inspired Warriors is even better on fast attack speed units because +1 is better on a unit with 1 attack speed than a unit with 2 attack speed, right? It's just logical. So Gilded Archers are actually one of the best units for utilizing that tech. And Corvinus looks so pathetic now. Why did no one start trading? Because gold is just better to access with villagers, and there's a lot of it on this map. They've divided the map between the two of them. Hill and Dale has so much gold vein in the center, and they were kind of content to go for that over setting up trade, because in a game that's back and forth like this, setting up trade leaves you very weak. Because you're side investing, you're not investing in defenses, you're not getting a good initial return on investment, right? It takes time for trade to pay off. Mass Good Horseman on the way. Biology is about to kick in. Oh, wait. I haven't seen this yet. Ready for 468 HP. Help! I think Myriad needs help right now. Attack speed aura from Network of Citadel should be enough to scare Denisia away. But the military difference is feeling spooky here. On top of that, I believe we still do not have the bowstrings. So this Gilded Archer is going to stay well out of the way, far from everything bar the ranges. Corvinus are now being sniped onto. Bit of an overcommitment though, so the retreat is going to cost him dearly. Ranger count going down. Soon to be replaced, and you are seeing that correctly. We're getting Shattering Projectiles. Interesting, Shattering Projectiles wasn't being used in Season 8 because I believe it was bugged, if I remember correctly. I can't remember the exact thing it done. I think it decreased your damage output. But that is now fixed. Season 9 has found and resolved the issue. So you've got your kind of mini Mango effect. And considering Mangonels got nerfed, but Shattering Projectiles didn't, it's actually not a terrible idea. On top of that, Springles don't count Trebs anymore. Like, I actually think the English Trebuchet crawl might make a return now, guys. Okay, that's actually kind of scary to think about. Attack speed was bugged. That was it. Thank you very much. Denisia. He's missing crossbows. He doesn't have an answer to men-at-arms right now. Oh my god. Horseman is not an answer either, guys. Remember, men-at-arms do not get extra health anymore, but the Elite Army Tactics gives him an extra 4 melee armor. It's pretty nuts. And it would be insanely good if Myriad remembered that he built a university in this corner. Oh no. Guys, he's had this for like 6 minutes, I want to say. He hasn't... There we go. He's finally using it. I think this is the face-palming moment for Myriad. Elite Army Tactics is huge here. As is Incendiary Arrows. You could go for the bowstrings. I don't think that's as much of a priority. You do have the range advantage at 9 already. Once you're up at like 30 of these ranges, that's when the bowstrings is so broken. Which comes in. Oh my god, these Incendiary Arrows. Look at the attack speed on these guys! They're absolute Gatling guns! From downtown, hand cannoneers trying to march in, but they can get kited perfectly here. You don't have to worry about ever being in range against them. Remember, it's 1.25 movement speed versus 1.12. Denisia, he needs to start backing up, though. He's being a bit greedy in his approach. I guess he's expecting Myriad to give up first. This is so unbelievable. The only danger right now for Denisia is the Outpost Aura, right? Once the Network of Citadels comes in, the Wingguard Rangers can sort of contest. I'd love to see Myriad get into volley because it looks like we haven't got that tech yet. Big deal actually with the Rangers as you scale them up, and he has now queued it up. So 45 seconds away. One thing that is kind of awkward here is Myriad is stockpiling a lot of wood and gold, but he's not actively producing into his Wingguard force. So a little bit of an oversight there that could end up costing him dearly. And yes, Myriad got enclosures a few minutes ago. That was resolved. Gilded Knight needs nerf. I'm sorry, what world do you live in? Gilded Knights need buff, man. Guys, what's your problem? It's only 590 HP. What's the problem here? I don't get it. What are we complaining about? It's only 600 HP on a Knight. They only take 25% less damage while charging. Actually, it's kind of interesting to think about Gilded Knights as a late game unit here, right? Because they did kind of indirectly get buffed by certain counters getting nerfed. Namely, hand cannoneers aren't as good at dealing with them anymore. Spearmen, 4 melee armor is not really going to count for much against that much damage from a Knight. Cool idea to use them as a damage absorber here for the Gilded Archers, though. Kind of needs more of them coming out, though. Gilded Archer count, holding steady at 26. Hand cannoneers are an expensive thing to lose here. Looks like the men-at-arms are going to be able to break through, but reinforcements now arriving for Denisia. And this is where you need the hand cannoneers to be diving in. It's just simply too many archers. Meanwhile, a breakthrough here. Myriad going on the flank is going to find the farm set up. It means that Blue is going to have to vacate the area. It's also tricky because actually, remember, Denisia is scaling Gilded Archers. He needs wood, and this is where he's getting a majority of it right now. High ground's already been exhausted. There's only a baby line over here. And if you condense all your eco to the west side, it kind of brings an encroaching risk with it. Actually adding in hand cannoneers as well. Makes sense. We said about this earlier for the men-at-arms, right? The Gilded Archers are cool, but you're noticing it's taking them quite a long time to kill even one men-at-arms. Which is wild because they only have 10 ranged armor, guys. It's pretty ridiculous. Once again, it does come back to that idea of Inspired Warriors. I'm wondering, actually, do we maybe see... Is there anything here worth having? I mean, he was starting with men-at-arms, but I think it's just better to stick cavalry through Denisia. Cavalry Gilded Archers should be good enough to win this. However, Myriad, he's getting ready for it. He doesn't have many ranges. He's finally queuing up more. If he can get to, I'd say the golden number is 30 of these ranges. With 11 tower range, they are broken. It's about to come in a sec. If they survive long enough. Keep attempt is going to be cancelled out there. And there it is, guys. 11 tower range now. So the idea with this, the reason this is so busted, is that now the last thing that should ever die is these ranges. Everything else should be cannon fodder, and that allows you to scale a true premium army with the wing guard. When you do footmen, it's awkward to get the numbers up because they're your front line. With rangers, they are your truest backline. They almost have the same range as Trebs at this point, it feels like. Projectile's not really feeling that impactful, by the way. Bit difficult now for Denisia to dive this. He has at least got some siege damage from his scenario arrows to hit into these keeps. But with the cannon emplacements, it begins to not feel worth. Denisia needs some siege. The Trebs are packed up and on the move in now. Meanwhile, Myriad's Trebs are going to start falling. Love the fact that he's just creeping cannon emplacements here. Disgusting strategy, but very effective one here. So Denisia currently has the military lead. But as long as I keep looking across and seeing this actively producing, my faith in Myriad grows. My belief in his ability to end goes up. But he needs to keep that pump going. If he keeps forgetting, and guys, like, he's forgotten for a few minutes in a row so far in H4 to do this. If he keeps forgetting, it's going to make it easy for Denisia to claw across the map. But if we can get that golden number online, your damage is high enough, your range is high enough, the Gilded Archer's extra armor doesn't matter. Let's get into gap close here. Trebs just trying to delete all of the aura coming behind him, but not quite able to always mop it up quick enough. And also the dive comes in, the men-at-arms see an opportunity here. Volley is going to get activated, and look at that attack speed. Gatling gun mode, 0.62. Yeah, remember, the way volley works is it removes 1 second from your attack line. So you go from 1.62 down to 0.62. I'm going to do this with my screen just so you can see him attack. Oh my god. What a reasonable unit we've created here in Season 9. This certainly won't be a problem with the balancing of late game. Castle drop almost getting cancelled out there, but the Trebuchet is going to get sniped. So Castle's going up. Trev, in the meantime, is dealing with the keeps to the south side. And Myriad has done it. He's broken him. Denisia is scrambling to get an army together, but it doesn't seem to be quick enough here. Yeah, the men-at-arms just not counted right. And when you try to count with crossbows, that's where the rangers win the game. They're the snipers to deal with these gilded crossbows. I think that's the tough thing, that seeing archers now perform a lot better in Imperial than crossbows, right? Is crossbows will not get that extra range tech. Archers will. It's just absolutely ludicrous. Even the normal longbows with 9 tower range now. Denisia. What's his last URI here? He's being shrunk off the map, which means no gold access, which means this hand cannoneer strategy isn't great. He doesn't have the affordability to it, right? You need to be thinking horseman. I get why he's going hand cannoneers, because otherwise he doesn't have an answer to men-at-arms, right? Did he at least get the Serpentine powder? No. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how hard it is to navigate university techs. Like, to defend Myriad on how long it took him, I think what happened is each time he was getting ready to buy tech, he'd go to like, farm it, and it wouldn't go through because he had 1,000 resources instead of 1,500, for example. It's a very easy thing to overlook. Like, instinctually, when you're making these moves, you look up 1,000 resources, click. But now, with the changes, with the 50% increase to the cost of the techs, it doesn't work. We're here right out here by a few horsemen from Denisia. Myriad does need to get a few men-at-arms on the front line. Love the micro here. Denisia just targeting down each of these archers, the gilded. Ranger format has been reduced a little bit, but it's still 20 in the battle, and a lot more techs now on the way. We've got chemistry for the siege. We've got the elite tech coming in for the horsemen, even spearmen on the table now for Myriad. Guys, chill. If you think 11 tower range is too much, wait until Myriad builds a wall, right? You do realize that the walls, we quite often forget it, but stone walls have this little thing on them where you get 2 extra range. That works with the ranges, by the way. So that's a 13 tower range unit if you build a wall. It's broken. In the stupidest way imaginable, it is broken. Because you can just slow roll, right? Like, Bombards will struggle to deal with you. Mangoes will struggle to deal with you. And also, the thing that makes it broken isn't the range on its own. It's that second pip down there. You see the siege damage? Because they now get a siege damage, they're doing 3 times more damage to buildings than they did last patch. So it's not a quick kill on a building, but they can basically snipe out keeps. They can snipe out even HRE cannon emplacements, for God's sake. Actually, no, cannons might be okay because I think it's 11 range, if I remember correctly. But yeah, like the screen emplacements get outranged. This guy, he has rebuilt an army. It's going to be good enough there. The men-at-arms spread out. Rangers activate the volley. They are going to start sniping that back line. It's the hand cannoneers. They want to look at that range. Kobe. That's all they needed. If those hand cannoneers stay there, then your line can't hold long enough. Second wave of men-at-arms starts to arrive. The Gilded Archers are now moving in, though. And Myriad's going to need to back up here. Rumors of his victory may have been overstated. Mango is going to get sniped out. It's an 8 tower range unit versus an 11 tower range unit. Oh my god. What a unit. Army's both heavily reduced here. Denisia may have overextended again, though. He's not pushing the reinforcements. This is the issue. It feels like he's on the verge of breaking out, and then all of a sudden, you look back in his base and see why the number up here looks different to the one on here. It's because a lot of them aren't even participating. Wall's going to break. Spearman, more men-at-arms now coming in. The Horseman just wasting so much time on the front line, and finally he realizes it. It's a dive to the back. The Rangers are going to get targeted down. Just so much resources reserved. 3 sacred sites now locked in. The tricky part about this is Denisia is now trying to scale into mass men-at-arms, into hand cannoneers, into siege. He doesn't have good vein access here. Horseman. Oh my god, wait. This might be it. Crossbow, archers, hand cannoneers. Like, it's a lot of horsemen and not much to directly counter that. We've got men-at-arms now coming. But horsemen plus hand cannoneers. In a weird way, that is the final form, right? Because Denisia hasn't built a single spearman in this game. He doesn't want to against rangers. So if you go horseman plus hand cannoneer, that gives you the counter to all the ranged. It gives you the counter to the men-at-arms. And Denisia can't really afford more than that. This has to be it. Push comes in now. Army's going to get wide. Just look how fast he's shriveling up to die. GG gets called. English, still an absolute chat lord in the late game. God, we didn't get to see the mass 40-plus Rangers. But what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. Rangers seem like they might be a little bit too good. Had Myriad been scaling them the whole way through, they would have been kings amongst peasants. But let me know what you think in the comments, and let me know if you want to see more of these type of games. I've got a feeling that English stocks are going to be rising in Season 9. I'll see you all in the next video. Whew. Good lord. So, Myriad now taking the lead in this set. That one felt uploadable. Lombos upgrade into snipers in Age of Empires 4. There we go. Come Age of Ranged. Yeah, so like Age of Siege. I mean, in fairness, like if you think about it, if you just kind of think about it, the Siege was also like kind of Age of Ranged. It's just a different option in the Age of Ranged, right? There you go. There you go. That's the positive thinking we're looking for. All right, so let's get the next game up from these two. We're heading into Gorge. French versus Chinese. This is one of the more annoying matchups for French, right? Because China just hunkers down so well with hand cannon slits. It's going to be a fun one. Alright, one sec, just double checking. Let's get ready to go. Whoop, whoop. What's the win rate between French and Chinese right now? I feel like China's going to be drastically ahead, right? Like, French is kind of underwhelming. And historically, this was always an annoying matchup for them. Oh! Oh, wait, no, I already responded to that. Oh, thank you for the bits, by the way, cursing. Forgot about the message effects. Those message effects are super trippy. Ooh. That's like a... That's one of the best value Barbicans I think you're going to see in the Gorge. Holy crap. All right, let's get ready to go. Game number 4 here in the upper bracket series between Myriad and Denisia. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires for action. We are here on the test server in the pre-season 9 showdown. Myriad with the French in the blue and Denisia in the red as the Chinese. Oh, don't you just love how they got the perfect colors for their civs as well? Yeah, interesting matchup. One historically that's one of the more annoying ones for French to play, just because of how good static defenses are for the Chinese. But times are changing, right? China doesn't rush a Barbican defense anymore. They always go for these Imperial Academy openings. So this does offer up an exposure point for Denisia. I'm imagining we're seeing rushing Barbican, understanding how important it is to have that defense layering. 2 on the gold, plus the tax, food at 12. Yeah, this is going to be a Barbican drop. The tough part is, in an ideal world, you want the Barbican here. I think this might be too far forward, though. Knight is about to spawn in just 10 seconds. Make it 5. Denisia, there you go. So he has to pull it back a little bit. He couldn't bring it right up here. But with this many villages, 10 committed is a big commitment out of China. Usually, we're used to seeing China go into Song Dynasty with 1 villager on the Barbican. But this is all about depriving the French Knight of any value. Able to easily do that. We're going to slow down for the 2 times speed now as we hit the 5-minute mark. Let me know what you guys think about the speed up in the early game. I think it makes a lot of sense. There's obviously not going to be too many moves unless someone's doing like a Dark Age rush. Final Sheep Haul is going to be 12 to 10, so slight edge there for Myriad. And of course, because he's playing as the aggro party, he'll be able to easily access the flanks. I wonder though, you don't try to play 2 TC here against China, right? Like they will likely hop into it. Some civs will feel pressured to try and go second TC when Song comes out. The nice thing about French here is because your TC is produced at 17 seconds, you're not far off of what Song provides. Remember, it's 17 seconds versus 15. So China will build a lead over time. It just won't come into effect as quickly in this matchup as it would in others. I love that. Pro Scouts as well. So Myriad actually just trying to keep himself condensed here. The reasoning behind that might be the risk of a fast castle build from China. I've seen them do this a few times, even against French. And then you just kind of spam lances out and run the flanks, right? So all of a sudden, the attacker becomes the attack. What would French need to be good again? Old chivalry? I don't think French is that bad, actually. With the changes coming in Season 9, I think they're fine. They're just not kings of the game, right? I'd say they're like mid of the pack now. With the buffs you've got coming in for things like Raw Bloodlines, it's now harder to kill them with Raw Institute play. Arbitraire overall feel buffed because melee units already were struggling against them with the Gambesons, but now it's even worse than that because melee units don't have that extra layer of protection with extra health. Then in the late game, you've just got things like the changes to hand cannoneers, where hand cannoneers aren't going to perform as well against knights. Reboldequins are bugged right now, but even after they are tweaked to be correct, they are still going to be a really good unit. So I actually don't think French and Joan need buffs. I think they're fine. Joan also got that insane buff as well, where you can now produce your unique units out of normal buildings, not just keeps. So keep an eye out for it, folks. So I think you're going to see French coming back into the meta and being a very approachable civ with Season 9. And no, only archers will get the plus range, so Arbitraire don't get that. But Arbitraire will get the siege damage now. With Bavis, you can kind of just dive TCs and stand there sieging everything. And to answer that question, Lubes, Abbasids are borderline broken. They're going to be probably first pick material and competitive now. They won't always get banned in the first 2 opening bans, but they will likely get picked at the start of the draft. All coming in from Denisia. Great until the archers show up, but he's rushing age. So we've got Denisia going into age 3 here. And second mining camp will force Myriad to dive underneath the Barbican, so he's going to back away. Looks like Myriad is getting ready for castle as well. Don't mind this. The Pro Scouts play, by the way, he can sneak the deer here, which is taking value away from Denisia. He is taking food from the mouths of needy Chinese children. What a monster. Yeah, no, this is pretty good for him, though, overall, right? Like, you've got berries, you're already exhausted on the sheep. Yes, you're age free, but now you need to immediately break out of the stranglehold Myriad's approaching you with, otherwise game over. You've only got 1,500 food with the extra 20%. That's 1,800 food to work with. Think about the demand on the TC as well. He's spending 200 per minute. So, you know, if you think about Lancer production, you maybe afford about, like, 8 Lancers. Likely, we're instead going to see Denisia, as a result of that, go into Spears. And yes, HRE is completely broken in Season 9. They were already broken in Season 8, and somehow they got more broken in Season 9. A lot of people panicked and thought, oh my god, HRE is terrible because Elite Arming Tactics nerf, and they're like a melee civ, end of the world, right? Apocalypse coming. But it doesn't matter because they just win the game so much in Feudal and Castle now. On top of that, it's kind of crazy when you consider like a lot of civs have had their eco-techs nerfed and Archon is still 40%. I don't know, I think that was also an oversight, is the fact that you've got all these eco-techs getting nerfed from 15% to 10%. It feels weird to me that the Archon buff is still kept at 40%. What's HRE received? HRE has received a unique new tech to their mine work called All Pikes, which gives them +3/+3. As in +3 damage for spearmen and +3 damage for horsemen, which you get access to in Feudal Age. So that with Bloomery, which you get on a discount, remember, allows you to increase your spearman's damage by 50% in Age 2. It's broken. Anyway, Myriad. I love the fact that he's not just rushing into castle. He's trying to keep that constriction going. He knows he can mass more knights because he understands that Denisia is going to be out of food. So this play into Lancers by Denisia doesn't work due to Pro Scouts. Diving the base is going to be very difficult for him. Nice interception. Remember, one of these sides has healing for their knights, the other doesn't as well. So first Lancer is going to run the goals. That is going to idle Myriad out. Has to shuffle away. However, there's no undermesh here, so diving a TC becomes difficult fast. Villagers will get the ships. What? Well, finally he garrisons the TC. That was a heavy delay by Myriad. So a villager's kill, quite nice. But the return fire is approaching, right? We're at 10 knights, 6 for Denisia to try and mirror. Ram's now also getting added in, so Myriad is looking to pile on the pressure. And, oh no, he just realized the move out for the deer. There's only one. This was his nest egg. This was meant to be his saving grace. I think he might have actually snuck a second deer behind the Barbican, but this was meant to be 2,450 food. It's 700. Nice, sick. Crazy that Myriad's actually adding in farms, by the way. He should have realistically have enough deer. Yeah, he just discovered them. I think they were shoved into the corner. to try and keep them away. He's still got the ones at home. Like, I don't think really you need to be going farms here versus just getting more scouts. Oh, wow. Bloomery is coming in. Keep in mind, Myriad can get that as well. Myriad is about to get something else. This is sick. You get the Castle Age, and then you also drop the Blacksmith to double melee tech. And he's already got the Blacksmith down, right? So, pretty comfortable position. And I think 12 Knights is enough to justify Rule Institute here. Nice, so I'm going to dive in. Goes straight after the houses. Not going to work that well. It's really tricky to make this work against Chinese because they have the villages, right? They give them 40 pop space. But turns out we've actually got a Guildhall game coming. So Myriad doesn't feel pressured to go all in with the Rule Institute. A little bit surprising considering how overwhelmingly powerful that feels right now. But I guess the thought process here is if he keeps hunkering down on Deniskia's borders, stopping him from coming out, and stalemates this game, Guildhall will eventually give him Imperial, whereas Deniskia won't have the gold access to go Imperial. So what's Deniskia's way out? Because we're still seeing spears lacking here, right? It's only knights. I know there's 10 archers, but like realistically, you layer in spears, lances, you can kind of brute force the fight to push out, and the archers get left behind, right? But with this comp, it doesn't work that way. And Deniskia, he needs to be raiding. For this to be justified, he needs to be diving into the base, which is what he's now looking to try. He may have waited a little bit too long. Age 3 is in. Cantle Saddles immediately gets queued up alongside the Veterancy. Villagers are going to have to vacate the area to dodge death. Knights are coming home. So instead of going for a mirrored move here, Myriad is going to look to punish it. He's dive. We'll be able to connect on a few. Knights start diving in here. Villagers mostly able to dodge, so pretty good micro by Myriad. He even runs by a few knights, but there's just so much here that Deniskia can't hang around. Has to shuffle out the other side, so Chase is on now. Won't be able to stop moving. And remember, these knights will win the trade. The Cantled Saddle is now going to give them a plus 10 damage for 3 strikes. So that's 30 extra damage over what Deniskia is capable of in these fights. Villagers can't even wait around for that, right? Like, ooh. Dive in? Villagers are going to get carved up a bit. So it does stack up a few additional kills, but what was that? 3 Lancers going down? Probably going to be more now. And because there's so few Lancers left, immediately Myriad gets the rest of the Knights and starts heading across the map. Archer's already in the move as well. Granary transition is underway from Deniska, and he has now built an eco lead, but now it's his turn to defend. Wow, Lancer raiding again. Arbitrators are coming in from Myriad very slowly here. This is working pretty well. Denisia now ahead by 16. If he can survive the counterattack, this game is his. Counterattack begins. It's going to begin with the archers. They're moving in. We got to snipe out a few villagers here. In fact, I think he only got them low. Wasn't able to kill any in the end, but that's just wave number 1. The Knights should be the next. Deniskia, he has at least now got the granaries set up, which means that he's not going to run out of food. The question is, can Myriad do enough damage? He's 20 villagers worth of kills. If he breaks in through the palisades, this would end the game. Deniskia only has food on that location. Sticky situation here. It's interesting actually because it kind of feels like Deniskia's best play could have been to gather the stone, keep drop onto the granary, and then you're safe. It doesn't feel like you can lose this game. But if Myriad senses what's happened here, if he dives that location, everything is going to get stalled. Dive comes in. Myriad able to find 2 worker kills already. Dives onto the gold as well as the TC, and now dive past it, and here we go. The breakthrough's on the way. Myriad, he paid the price in blood. Now he wants to return the favor here. What is this hesitation, though? Lancers are arriving, but that army is pathetic. Denisia has 5 more Lancers queued up, but he's unable to supervise the queue. What the... Am I the only one scratching my head at this? I mean, I know there's a risk of repair coming through on the wall, but I don't feel like torching the TC is any better here. He's finally committing. Myriad has to commit here, surely. Arbitrary are scaling up behind this, but it's very slow. Courtesy of the fact he's lost so many villagers. I guess the positive of sitting underneath the TC is any new villagers die straight away, right? But it's a hand cannon slit. It definitely adds the damage up quick. So Myriad backs away. He's now playing for relics, which makes a lot of sense. Denisia is defending his base, so you can offset the damage done to your villager count by rushing relic play. And, oh my god, I just realized the spawn is so biased. What? Why does Myriad have 4 relics on his side of the map? And what is his dad's job role at Microsoft? Oh my god. If Denisia keeps reacting to the dives, all that eco damage done to Myriad is offset now because of relic play. And there's still a threat to Denisia in the meantime, right? Like, he doesn't have the numbers to directly contest Knights. I think this Knight count might now be big enough to just brute force their way through. Here the Fisher is going to be sniped down. Another Lancer falls. Gate's not going to last long. Denisia is going to have to vacate the area. Villagers being pulled a little bit too late. The breakthrough comes in. Home sweet home. And that's where Myriad is. A home run. The 3-1 in the end. The breakthrough of one wall is all it took to smash Denisia down to that lower bracket. Damn, that was looking shaky. For a second, I was a bit worried that Myriad wasn't going to close out. It kind of looked like he was just hesitating to commit. But he waited patiently. He threaded it perfectly. Got just enough Knights through there. The reaction speed just a little bit too slow from Denisia. Even if he had been there on time, that many Knights, it's very hard to hold a wall up against all the torch damage. So there's still a very big risk that it would have been broken. Okay. But guys, you know what that means? Do you know? That means it's time for B. Whoop. So, do we check out some Ezra? Dry Arabian Baltic. Do you guys want Ezra or do you want Myriad? Strokey chin, strokey chin, strokey chin. Maybe we do some Ez. B versus Ezra. Let's check out B and Ezra. So game 1, this is best of 3 territory. Rus versus Abbasids. Rus have been looking pretty good with these classic fast castle builds. It's interesting actually because Rus versus Abbasids usually feels good for Abbasids if you both play 2 TC. But I don't think we've had any Rus 2 TCs before they went Castle Age. So a very different kind of approach we're seeing right now. Alright, let me reset the score here. You want English? Nobody wants English. I'm speaking right now, and nobody wants me to speak because it's English. That's the way it works. Alright. Test server action here in a tournament format between upcomer Ezra 1-2-3 on the Rus in the teal and 3D Clans B. Or should I say Beal in the Abbasids. Wait, if he's Beal, he should be using teal himself. Cool matchup, though, actually. These two civs play kind of different than they historically did about 2 or 3 months ago in this particular matchup. Used to be mirrored TC play, but so far I've been seeing almost exclusively fast castle Rus builds here. And Abbasids, where they used to always go military wing, because a lot less people are rushing 2 TC now, there's not as much value there. So instead, they've been going for eco wing and scaling mass camel archers. Pretty cozy situation, actually, for the Abbasids to find themselves in. Because camel archers aren't bad at even dealing with horse archer spam if it is a castle rush from Rus. So I think what I just pretty much hit on there, guys, is that camel archers are OP. Yeah, I think Abbasids are borderlining S tier at this point. They are a very powerful A tier pick. Camel Archers plus Horsemen feels like the solution to almost any problem you'll encounter in the game right now. An Eco Wing gets you to 2 TC very efficiently to enable that play. Add in the fact that you can scale farms because Fertile Crescent gives such an insane discount, and you're off to the races. Speaking of race, there is a sheep race going on right now, and it looks like we have got the hunting cabin play. So Ezra, in on the double sheep hunt with the scouts, will be able to get an edge here. Probably going to be about 16 sheep compared to maybe 12, which is rough here, actually. Like, B getting that much just shows you the power of the Abbasid is always just going onto the berries first. Wouldn't mind the idea of pro scouts here. I think Roost with the Golden Gate build can kind of justify that. Is a little bit scary if you know your opponent is going Camel Archer plus Horseman because they will intercept you. And the roughest part about it is the fact that because B has double deer on the east side, there's a risk that he just TC drops here and camps here anyway. So instead, Ezra. All right. So we're on Season 9. Some players have nodded their head and started to engage with that. And some players just want Season 8 meta. We have got the classic. Kremlin on the stone. It's going to be a TC battle, and I don't like this for Ezra. This is actually really bad for the Roost now. The Eco Wing being more dominant, it's very difficult for Roost to ever feel that they have an edge mirroring TCs. So I find you, Abra and HRE just keep getting buffed despite how overwhelmed they are already. Abbasid was kind of more subtle and almost felt like tournament focused, but yes, HRE is ridiculous. Roost definitely feel appropriately balanced now. They're not absurd anymore. Their timings have been hit pretty hard. I prefer the way they've designed this game now, where, you know, the logic that's been brought to me is like, well, KP, you can actually get a similar number with the new bounty system by, you know, where you gather from food. And I'm like, that's okay, fair enough, but the difference is, with this system, sure, you're getting that, and it's similar to before, but the reason it's similar to before is because your player on the other side was contesting your bounty system, so they were hurting their own economy to stop you getting a broken economy. Whereas now, it's like they don't need to engage with it. They can focus on their own early game instead of playing into your OP early game. So the Roost change overall with the bounty system was a smart move. Like, I actually really want to praise the devs a lot, because I think we are seeing a lot of positive changes and movement in Age of Empires 4. The bounty system, the walling changes coming in Season 9, the attempts to completely rework the siege. These are the things that need to be seen by the community. This shows you that there's active development, and there's a clear effort to keep improving, and not just improving, but evolving the game. You can strive for perfection, but if we say we're at a perfect point, we start patching the game, I would rather they break the game's balance entirely than just remain with it in a stagnant state. TC drop now coming from B. Yeah, this is annoying, actually. Like, the positioning, he can shove the deer in, and then he's got everything safe behind him. Wouldn't even be surprised if he sends one villager out to wall over here, because Ezra is likely to rush Castle Age after 2 TC, and then the natural play is Horse Archers. But yeah, second TC coming down. B is... Oh my god, if he gets the lineup perfect here. No, he's now actually helping him. What you need to do is kind of have them clustered closer together so he can't get it. Instead, he's just going to stand here, though. Ez. That's why he's got E's in his name, right, boys? Oh, no. So he will be able to get the space there. B not able to get back on top of it in time. So TC going down. B on the other side, of course, already has his online. And remember, he spends a lot less. 32 food compared to 50. So, what's Ezra's game plan here? Because we already mentioned you can't really do knights. It's terrible because B can just drop archer range and start scaling camel archers, and oh my god. You can now not win this race, guys. It's a TC race, right? And if you engage in it any further, B benefits more and more. Remember, he gets a 35% discount. It's going to be 400 wood and 350 stone. He's paying 260 wood and 227 stone. They're also going to start getting sniped down before they're going to be pushed away. Yeah, the deer don't actually care when you shoot them in the face. It's a very weird interaction. And of course, you can shove the deer away, but you can't do anything about the berries that he just locked in. So Ezra's only course of action here has to be a Castle Age Rush. I don't think you can play the Age. He's going to try. So here's the reason why playing the Age is rough. The free TC is going to be online before you've built a single military unit. And because of how efficient this is, with the 18 food saving per TC, not to mention the 35% resources save building the TCs, you can now easily afford to drop double archer range yourself and start pumping into the defense force. Yeah, Abbasid is kind of ridiculous. I feel like what I've noticed the last year and year and a half maybe of like Abbasids is there's always something about this civ, right? For a long time it was military wing in the 2 TC meta because it was a perfect blocker. Now it's eco wing. For a very small stint it felt like it was going to be trade wing. But eco wing is just king, and you're going to see why. Stables plus the archery range now being dropped. And we also have Golden Age 1, so remember that's a 15% increased gathering buff, which by the way, Abbasid's got indirectly buffed with the changes in Season 9 because now the eco techs all give 5% less. So it's an even bigger boon to have this tech because now you can't at least rush your eco tech level 1s as another civ and mirror it. Has at least been scouted out. So Ezra doesn't know what he's up against in theory. Camel Arch is always a risk here. Should obviously be the Horseman spam, but actually B, he doesn't care for it. He's going to rush castle. Am I the only one sitting here feeling like this just shouldn't work? I know it's going to. I can tell. Like, just look at the amount of units, look at the timing. It's going to work. But I feel like it's wrong that it does work. He'll get 2 camel riders, which will deal with the knights. And because they have so much HP, 10 or 20 archers isn't going to really kill them quickly enough. Oh my god, what a civ. Those 2 TCs are 30% more expensive than one from Roost. Yes, so think about it this way, right? He's almost like bought a TC and got an extra one free. Because between these two, you've saved 70% of what a town center costs. Then we talk about the fresh food stuff buff, right? Where you're saving 18 food per villager. Another 35% savings. Like, it's what makes them so efficient. I mean, the only thing that's surprising here is B didn't go for the melee wing. It's going to be culture. And we are actually getting horsemen now starting to be scaled. So I think the logic here for B is he wants a present army that he can immediately upgrade cheaply. And culture wing, of course, give you that with preservation of knowledge. Now he's going to dive in, though. We'll start shuffling the villagers away. 10 eco lead already, so you can afford to lose a few here. And it's going to be the double blacksmiths coming through, so he's looking to rush in the techs. Camel Archer is also getting queued up now. And Ezra's going Steeled Arrow, but what he actually needs is Rams. Steeled Arrow first doesn't really compute here. You need to break these TCs now. Swinging 50, and I'm starting to feel like actually B's just going to maybe go back for double racks afterwards because you could just get Golems. It's going to be even more stables. So he's just going to raw Lancer pump this. Ezra's so focused on diving in with the Knights, the rest of the army hasn't really moved. Camel Archer has now arrived, and this is where you start to feel counted. The unease, the high base damage, Knights will start to get picked off. B also now just doubling up on the tech, right? Just ahead there as well. Blacksmiths, Undermission Steeled Arrow coming in. Siege Engineering is now on the way. Ezra, the tricky part for me, and this is why I find it weird when I see this happen, is he went Siege Engineering second, Steeled Arrow first, but didn't do anything with Steeled Arrow. In this type of game, you want to do Siege Engineering first because you're going to build the Rams either way. So you build the Rams, Steeled Arrow completes after you complete 2 Rams. It perfectly aligns that way. Now you don't have any ram pressure. Your opponent is in age 3. Lancer production is already on the way. Building Lancers at this stage feels like you're losing the game. Building Rams rather at this stage feels like you're losing the game because the Lancers will snipe them down. Yeah, and they'll do it quickly, right? Like, remember, you have got that kind of flimsy 370 HP versus a unit that's going to have the, 36 damage on Lance Charge, about 28 on Sword Strike, or 24 rather on Sword Strike. This is going to be hard. Pock already queued up. Ezra, let's see if this one ram is the bunker buster he needs. Doesn't feel like it. One's going to take a long time. Villagers are already being shoved on top of it. Lance is now with the dive in. And the Camel Archers can begin to try and pick down those knights. Villagers almost dealt with the ram. This is not sustainable. He dove before Undermesh came through, so this TC defense is going to be pretty effective. Villagers already finishing off the ram, down to 15 HP. He leaves one villager out to toss out that final torch. And Ezra, I think this is GG. He just doesn't have anything coming, right? The army is too slow to reinforce. He doesn't even have a total of 17 archers here. It's only 12. Lancers have culled the knights, and the Camel Archers are tanky enough they can keep taking this beating to make it worthwhile. And afterwards, you're just talking about a drastic difference in economy and age as well. Ezra, cool idea. Just timings didn't really align. I think you needed a different order to react to this, and you're starting to see why it's much harder now for Roos to play this old-school mirrored TC approach against the Abbasids. It was already hard enough in Season 8. It just got harder. So apparently Ezra is a really big fan of B, by the way. So this is like, oh my god, I got beaten up by my big hero sort of moment. It's like when Recon loses the Mister. He just looks at him with dewy eyes like, you beat me. Can't believe I got the crap kicked out of me by the one and only B. I'm going to fast forward this. Castle's being prepped by Ez. There's no harassment on the eco anymore. And we've got camel handling on the way. Camel handling, I honestly am starting to feel like camel handling should not affect camel archers. It's still going to be giga good because it affects riders, but these units moving at 1.87 movement speed is ludicrous. Not even the new cav archers of the Ottomans move that quick. March across. High Trade House is on the way up with a pretty thin tree line. So he's trying to go into mass horse archers here, but we already mentioned, like, when your economy is stable as Abbasids, you can beat them with camel archers. The camels have now been vetted up. That's going to come in. A few villagers do get chipped here. That's now over a 20 eco lead. Isn't Recon going to match up against Mr. and AOM? Yes. And as they walk onto the stage, keep an eye out for the moment where Recon just looks at Mr. and he gets that dewy-eyed look on his face and he tilts his head a little bit. And then he walks over and just pulls his shirt down a little bit and gives a permanent marker and says, can I get your signature? Crossbows from Ezra is rough here, right? Like, he needs it against Lancers, but Camel Archers is fine with dealing with that. I'm going to speed up. It is an exaggeration to call this over. The burn's coming in. Wooden Fortress. It's going to get a stay of execution, but the army most definitely not. The crossbows jumped out way too early here. This isn't critical mass. You can't counter. Militia are now going to spawn, but folks, there's a light melee infantry. They get countered by Camel Archers. Army getting wide. A big shout out to Mountain for the resup, buddy. Welcome back to the Swarm. This Swarm's a bit too big. GG cool. Game 1 going to be. Yeah, bit of a rough one there for Ez. I don't really feel like you should be trying to mirror TCs. Maybe if you want to be greedy, the one play is a tech play. Go H3 before the Camel Archer count gets too big, and then you can win with Horse Archers. It's tricky, but I feel like it's going to be better than that. If you want to do that approach because you want to punish free TC, you need the Rams like a minute earlier at least, I think. Otherwise, it's never going to work. Okay, so only game 1 though. We've got at least one more. And it's going to be water play this time. China versus French. Ez going French is kind of funky here. They're a weird civ, right? Like on this map, they can trade. They can also go for 1 or 2 knights to raid land, so it's not a terrible idea. But it's not an, oh my god, GG, I've won the game type pick either. They do at least get the cheaper Springle chips, remember? They save, I believe it's 35 food per boat. And you are going to be scaling a lot of Springles, so I want to see what's got in mind. A group of crows is called a murder. What's a group of pigeons called? A party, mate. Ooh. Or we just call them a swarm, mate. That's why we always say welcome to the swarm. Why do you say a killer? Are you trying to say I'm fat? Why do I register as a group in your mind? Pigeon pie? Always a pigeon pie. You know how you get a pigeon pie? I hear they like trains. Someone will register what that means. God damn. This salt caramel protein shake is so good. Alright, let's get ready to get underway. Is there anything busted about this spawn? Okay, come on. You're gonna get raided by French Cav and you got a gold on the water like that? That's kind of ridiculous. A Columbidae is a group of pigeons. What, Reinhard? What, Reinhard? What? That can't be true. Zoe, why are you trying to run a train in your sister, bro? That's not cool. Alright, I'll leave you to your own devices there. Let's get ready for this. Game number 2 in this best of 3. Let me mark it up on the board because B got an easy peasy point in that first game. And I'm wondering if it's going to happen again. Ezra's doing something funky. We are on a water map. Good old Baltic. And he's picked the French. Meanwhile, B, something a bit more sensible here, the Chinese. And this spawn is outrageous. There are matchups where this type of spawn is cursed because if you lose water and you feel like you could, you're going to lose your access on land. But considering China should feel favored on water here, having gold next to the coast is a good thing against French because it means French knights won't be able to dive in and get easy kills. And that was hilarious, the triple kill. We're on 2 times speed for the early game here just because they're setting up boats to begin with. But there are some cool perks behind playing French on water. One of the really big ones here is this. They don't have your standard Springle ships, they have Warcogs. Warcogs cost less food, 75 food, as opposed to the standard 110. So that's a 35 food saving per boat, about 10% discount overall. Add in the fact that on a map like Baltic, there's a lot of land access, and you could just turn this into a raid, because the logic now is, you know, if you think about the cost of the Springle ships being lowered by 35, that means every 5th Springle, you've got enough food to then go and build a knight. So, entering the HQ, Imperial Academy is already on the way. Keep in mind, if he feels threatened here, by the way, he only needs to drop a Barbican. He also can very safely wall between the tree here, the stone, and the second tree line to minimize the angle of approach to just north side for Ezra. So, a little bit tough from that spawn. I think B definitely got a very good one for a defensive position. And you see he's already gathering a lot of gold up. So, first spring already on the way. Ez does have the production advantage for military, but B's up to something here. It's the fishing, right? Yeah, I'm just noticing this. Everything is piled onto one of these deep water stacks. Meanwhile, B is spreading wide. So it means that if you hit one location, his whole eco doesn't go idle. On top of that, these are never going to exhaust. Meanwhile, on Ezra's side, the first deep water fish has already been drained. Cool thing about the way that B just done this as well is if you attack one stack, there's enough there to garrison in the nearby dock. The others stay active, right? Whereas if, for example, an attack comes in here from B, that's 11 fishing boats that are just going to stop working. And only 3 of them will be safe. So, Ez, I got to give it to him, actually. I'm quite impressed by the numbers. He's got a Knight out. He's got the military advantage on the sea. Triple Springle ship versus only 1 so far from B. Did B go for eco? Yeah. There is a slight difference there, right? French pay less to get into these techs than other civs. But the interesting thing, like the sidestep for B and why he maybe seems a bit weaker is the Imperial Academy. He should be building into these taxmen, which is initially taxing himself. Knight. I'm bringing a blood tax through. Villagers not able to get the body block. It did force more of a dive, so heavy damage in on the Knight, and we now see the reaction of B going into the Spearman. I gotta say, this is actually looking really clean from Ezra so far. I'm impressed. China versus French, I'd feel like China just runs away with the game. But right now, it's actually Ezra that looks like he's in a more dominant position. If you can get a good connect with a demo and follow up with like a clean onto 2 war junks here, there's an opportunity to idle everything. Third dock now being added in, so B is trying to escalate. This is the real test, right? Like, so far, it's been the clean opening execution. I loved it from Ezra. Now it's a battle of micro. And B, definitely no pushover when it comes to that element of play. Ezra, an unknown quantity to, I think, the majority of the community. For those who don't know, Ezra is an upcoming player. I think he's only a kid. I think he's like 16 years old, if I'm not mistaken. But he is currently ranked, where is he at? 420 in the world, which is pretty damn impressive for a kid. I think he's been as close as like top 200 before. Yeah, 289 in Season 7. And this is impressive, by the way, folks, because Season 1, 15 games played, Gold 2. Season 2, Plat 2 with almost 200 games played. So this guy has been a grinder, man. He's worked his way up from the bottom. He's one of us. One of us. What? Not one of these elitist StarCraft players that just come in and kill everyone. Speaking of those particular players. Nice concave from B. Just trying to punish Ezra for deep diving there. Military advantage is still being held, though. You're seeing the effect of these Warcogs being just a little bit cheaper. That one knight. Almost dead now, but always a worrisome fact that B has to keep an eye out for. Demo. As he's in! Big hit if he cleans up the fishing. Sinks too. Nicely done, Ezra. A lofty military advantage now. I don't think B was expecting this. Like, the first game, B probably just got out of that one, and obviously he's not going to say, oh, this opponent's not worth my time. He's not going to say, oh, yeah, he's a pushover, but he probably feels like what Ezra's doing is a little bit too standardized. And feeling confident about his micro, he probably felt that, considering how this one's meant to play on paper, it should be cruise mode, but Ezra applying an insane amount of pressure right now. Snow ships are going to engage demos. Trying to dive in the body blocks there. The archer ship reaction just in time. But the demos. B, he turned around at the last millisecond there to dodge the detonation. Tail end of the fight, though, it is still a double up. Spiral count at 10 for Ezra. Only 5 for B. 1-0, we've got a game. B in a bit of a pickle as well. He's going to have to fall back to shoreline fishing at this rate. Either that or creep additional docks up and down the coast. Pivots the ships away from this. New wave of galleys have arrived, so demo ship pumps shouldn't be effective for B. Keep in mind the one issue for Ezra is the longer he stays here without cleanly winning, the better it gets for B because he's healing, Ezra is not. So look at those health bars. That damage is a lot more permanent from this position. Nice snipe on the galleys as well. Just try and remove that threat to the demo pump. B goes up 2 more. Good micro away. Not able to get the one off the true front side, but shifts back the injured backline. And only 1 galley here, folks. So if the timing is right, B will be able to shove this away. Love the fact he's kind of expanding wide, looking for that concave. Try and come at him from 2 different angles. Nice snipe. Ezra just about has enough to immediately get that snipe down before they get in range. That's the nice thing once you get double-digit springalds here. Another crazy thing is you have to remember that the French on land gradually beats China in this matchup because you're not getting Song. So you're not getting the 15-second production speed, but French are producing every 17 seconds. That's why you're seeing this eco lead inflate. It's not just about the fishing boats, because that's only a two difference. It's the villages. 48 to 37. Some of that is definitely down to the Knight's raids. Super effective. I think he was able to find 2 or 3 villager kills. But a lot of that has simply just come down to the fact that he's producing more. I wonder if Ezra does eventually just re-dive with this guy. The woodline is eventually going to come here, and then it's a bit of a jackpot. It pretty much is a gift walking towards you. He has begun to gap close the difference in spiral count. I'm wondering, do we just see maybe Ezra go for like a 4 or 5 demo pump play? Because B is not really respecting that risk right now. He only has 1 archer ship in total. And something I love on Baltic, I've seen a lot of players do at the highest level. There's just enough width on this pond and the nerf to fishing boats was good enough. You're seeing it from B now. You can run around on the flank, and it's hard to get scouted early. Unfortunately for him, the fishing boats were in position here. Oh, wow. Actually, a waste from B. He doesn't pull away. So 3 demos just burnt for nothing in return. And that was meant to be his 1-2 punch there. So Ezra, perfect read. And now it's his turn. 4 demos in play. 5th one on the way. This is usually where a mistake happens, right? When the armies get this big, demos become more impactful because although in small numbers you can snipe the demos out, when it's a wave of 4 or 5 coming, microing all of this blob away feels impossible, and B is pinned! Good hit! The follow-up wasn't there, though. B now trying to go for a return fire, but Ezra able to micro away from it. It's a 16-7 Springald lead. Ezra wants that game 3. And he could sense it. Not just that, but the Knights on land. We've got a march, and it's not just the Knights. Ezra actually set up a small group of archers. So B now at risk on his tree line. Oh my god, what is happening in this game? Ezra, it's just a simple A-click for him, right? Like, you know, it's archers against spears, so realistically, he should be fine. But B, a quick reaction in his tables means he has the answer. We'll be able to mop up the attack. And Ezra A-clicking is now going to regret that. Still an eco lead building. B, just trying to mass more demos to contest. I'm wondering now, with just a few horsemen, could we see B going for a counteroffensive on land? Would make sense. Ezra is about to shift everything north side. If you hit this with a handful of horsemen, you idle all of his land economy. What a crazy game. When I loaded in, I wasn't expecting this. I wouldn't say B is like, you know, a top 4 in water, but very talented, right? And Ezra, I've never been able to catch him on water games before. I think we've cast 1 or 2 of his ladder games on land. Looks capable enough as a player, but this is impressive. I don't think I've ever seen a French fleet that big. Bloody hell. I mean, usually the game is over and France has just been looking like a filler pick at this stage, right? It's going to look the posture again. Can it work this time? The fishing boats are just kind of griefing him, right? He's always seen coming, but this time it's from both sides. So he's trying to test just how much Ezra is paying attention to. Demos in the center do get blocked. North and south side coming in. The Springald ships. Not good enough here. The follow-up from the north, though. Hits him hard. Ezra, he turns around too quick. Heavy damage on the center of the fleet there. The counter demo play now. B, he's starting to claw his way back in. 13-10 Springalds. B is starting to sense and notice cracks in the armor. 5 will get queued up. Oh, I can't believe this. We talked about the sizing. When the armies get this big, it's hard to keep track of everything, and you're seeing it now. Ezra, one more slip up like this, and the game is going to be against him. Horseman raid, spears also now coming in. He needs more archers. The wood needs to be going into a demo pump. B starting to suffocate the map. The fishing has been brought down. Ezra dominating the water for what felt like a good 12 to 15 minutes, but now it's firing against him. Demos reaching in, another good hit. 4 boats go down. Throw ships in return. B, not a quick move away there. Does lose 2. 4 demos compared to 2 here. So B just backs up a little bit, waits for the archer ships, then counterattacks. This could be big, but a bit of a misstep there. 3 boats go down. Ezra, not done yet. 12 Springalds to 7. Spears and horsemen should be trying to break in now. Archers are starting to be replaced on land. Ezra, he's getting distracted by this, actually. He's reacting, but as a result, he's not looking at his boats. This is tricky. This is like a classic one that we see like Vortex and Lucifron do so well on maps like Holy Island. Attack them on land, attack them at sea, right? They're going to react to one and not react to the other in time. All it takes is 2 seconds of delayed reaction for a demo ship hit. to get deep. And that's what he's looking for. Villagers also now being pulled. What? Ezra, no. This is not the way. The villagers have to shuffle away. He repairs the wall, but the A-click, overzealous there. Unnecessary losses, and all of a sudden that eco lead that Ezra had built has evaporated. 67 to 68 in this game. B. Now going for the mass demo pump. This is scary, guys. Only 2 archer ships, double-digit demos. We've seen this. It's a signature move for high-level players to end water. A move that we would have maybe expected out of Ezra, and he's now trying to mirror in kind. But the difference is this. This is still a looming threat that can poke in, and if he gets the timing right and Ezra looks, B will get a free hit. There's no alternative attack. There's no repeat from Ezra. His archers are massing, but they're not in position. Demos are going to start to approach here from multiple angles. Counterattack coming through, but Ezra's a bit more directed. Demos. Oh, going to get the counter detonation here. Both wiped out, but B already queuing up 7 more. This is the power of China, the Imperial Academy. This extra gold is adding up in this game. Now, for the first time in a long time, B with a Springle ship lead. More demos ferrying across, but Ezra has none coming through here. I think actually he may have ran out of gold. Yes, he's shifting south side. This gap may be all it takes. D. Another wave comes in. 2 by 2 they come. Don't know about Ezra. It's more like Noah's Ark right here. A retreat to the north side, putting him further out of position, and this is the pincher coming in now. Triple demo wallop to the front of the formation. And Ezra in a death spiral. That's it. That has to be game. Horseman scaling on land. B getting ready to finish him off in a different way. And there's just no archer ship solution anymore. Ezra does not have a counter to even one demo ship play anymore. Big hit, but not big enough. He needs another follow-up to counterattack this out. The return sinker is good enough. So an admirable attempt by Ezra. So close to being able to slay the 3D clan member, but B able to show that the experience pays off. He navigates the sharky waters and comes out alive. Ezra, however, may not. Mass horseman now scaling. Full water has been removed. Ezra has no fishing boats whatsoever. And on Baltic, that is a ginormous no-no. And I had a feeling that was what it was, as you can see the kind of panic. When the land attack came in, divided attention sets you into a little bit of a spiral here. What's the word I'm for? For a little bit of, not depression, anxiety. Words today. I think I'm speechless to that. Impressive from the kid to almost have B like that in game 2, but the expected victor will emerge. How's that possible? French docks work as houses? Yes, that's true. They do work as houses. A good little detail highlight there by Dragora. So, do we go more or do we call it now? We've done a good 4.5 hours. Unknown kid has seasoned pro on the ropes. Okay, so, let's see. Do we do more? I think food's going to be in like half an hour. So we could hop back on tomorrow. Because I'm looking at what's left. Primarily, the series we're looking at that are left is B versus Myriad. And then maybe something from the lower bracket. Maybe a little bit like Kaiser Johan versus Ezra, for example. But the alternative is we do that today and then we just cast some live server tomorrow. Imagining people want this stuff instead, though. Oh, we might not be able to catch Mirad's game, actually. Let me double check. Because he's made his data private. Naughty boy. Okay, we could do B versus Myriad. Tempted to save it for tomorrow, though, guys. Strokey chin, strokey chin. Don't know if tomorrow we do like AoE4 into maybe Age of Myth. It's been a while since we've hopped on some Myth. I don't know. Not sure if people are interested in that, though. Never Myth? Well, when there's no content, yes. Also, some of us work in both scenes, Philly. How many times do I need to tell you? Sorry, I only listen to top 10 ranking players. That's why Anatan has my phone number. Got him. Where were you, Philly? Huh? Huh? You could have been there. Massin Limitane Spears winning every game. Every game. We had to get Anatan to provide us the quality Mongol gameplay in the tournament. Outrageous. All right. Because I've got some stuff to catch up on as well. I think, yeah, we're going to end it at this point. So, I mean, we done how many hours? What was that, 4.5 hours? Not bad. Not that many people tuning in today. I need to figure out why that is. I don't know. I think like the awkward part is those games maybe like a bunch of those games weren't like there was one or two that were really intense, but not all of them delivered. Maybe I might just cherry pick ones that look like they're going to be good tomorrow instead of doing the entire series possibly. Because I'm looking at one or two of these from B versus Myriad. I think they might just be kind of stompy. Like yeah, China versus Yuji is like eh. Who wants to watch China versus Yuji? Yawn. But I'm going to have to figure out summer tomorrow because there won't be enough games here for a full stream tomorrow, I don't think. I was slightly weighing up whether I need to take tomorrow off to fix a bunch of things because we're going to be live on Wednesday. On Wednesday, I'm probably going to try to organize some sort of show match for a few players because we're going to have a sponsor stream with a new MMO, actually. We're going to be playing in a streamer event, a PvP streamer event, so you guys will see how skilled I am. But I will also be aiming to be live on Thursday, but Friday I can't. Friday is my best friend's wedding, so I'm busy all day as best man. And then this weekend, I'm skeptical to say we're going to do anything, just because I'm expecting a child any day now. So I'm kind of taking it day by day. So check in on tomorrow around midday. I think we will have enough time to do at least a short stream, but we'll figure that out. But if I'm not live, apologies for that. It's because a bunch of things flooded last second because we were busy organizing a tournament this weekend, so I fell behind on the other work. But I will aim to get a stream up tomorrow, guys. And if not, there will be a stream Wednesday and Thursday. So maybe it's healthier that way. It gives me time to organize a good show match instead. So, like I said, around 12, half 12, check in, see if I'm live here. Also, just turn notifications on. It lets you know for sure. But we will be live Wednesday. I'm figuring out what hour I'm going to go live. It might be like 1 p.m. my time, so an hour later than usual. And then Thursday we'll look to be live as well. But guys, I'm going to find someone to raid now. Absolute pleasure. I think there's just something, like the more I'm doing it as well, there's something weird about like just casting replays. I love live games, man. I wish there was a way to like just cast replays completely spoiler free, but there just isn't, sadly. Excuse me. And obviously in those situations, it's a bit more obvious that it's already happened. So,
Mangoes are dead, no
looking
builds
who's
on
live. We know who that is. Is it
Buff,
Anutun
but,
time? Alright guys, I'm going to raid through to Anatan. Go give him some love. I am going to go sort some behind the scenes things. So guaranteed stream Wednesday and should be Thursday as well. Tuesday, keep an eye out for the alerts. Exclamation mark Discord, I always announce them there. And also have notifications turned on so you know when I go live. But much love, guys. Appreciate all the support. And hopefully